only human.
When I found out I had diabetes, it felt like a door slamming shut on my dreams. I wish I could tell myself what I know now, that with help from Dexcom G7, I'd take control of my diabetes and do more than I ever dreamed possible.
Get new floors during Empire Today's gigantic 75% off sale. That's carpet, hardwood, tile, and vinyl. 75% off. Schedule now.
800-588-2300 Empire.
Today. Meet in-car champ Joseph Newgarden. His neighbors would say he's perfect. But killers often hide in plain sight.
Tile and vinyl.
See, Joseph once ripped a man's heart out on live TV. His pulse never got above 85. So if you ever do meet Joseph Newgarden, pray to God you meet him here and not here. You want to catch Joseph Newgarden? Welcome to the fastest racing on Earth.
Operation Epic Fury, inside the strikes that killed the Ayatollah, and what's next for the region. Harris is breaking it down on a special Faulkner Focus.
It's time to add some extra steps to your day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact. It's the easiest exercise you will ever do.
Ellipse fits perfectly under my desk, and it is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs. Increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance. Plus, stimulate healthy circulation.
The FBI calls it house stealing, the latest scam where a cyber thief transfers the title of your home out of your name and steals your hard-earned equity.
It's roughly 60 to 90 days for that person to even figure out that they're the victim of this crime. You start getting foreclosure notices and you realize you've got 4 mortgages on your house that you didn't even know existed.
Unfortunately, it's on you to protect yourself. You might already be a victim. Check your title status now at HomeTitleLock.com.
Yes, I actually won!
See this? It just arrived from Deal Dash, a Nintendo Switch 2.
Look what I just won. I love Deal Dash.
With millions of auctions, you too can start winning, like this.
I got this amazing Japanese knife set for just 75 cents.
I got this KitchenAid stand mixer for only $56.
And today, new users get a $50 bonus credit. Go to DealDash.com right now for huge savings
and free shipping from our U.S. warehouses.
Okay, so the death of Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is raising questions about what happens next for the Iranian government. Secretary Marco Rubio explained last month that the line of succession is pretty unpredictable.
No one knows who would take over. Obviously, their system is divided between the Supreme Leader and the IRGC that responds directly to him. And then you've got these, quasi-elected individuals, the ones that wear the suits on television who are part of their political branches, but ultimately have to run everything they do by the Supreme Leader. So I don't think anyone can give you a simple answer as to what happens next in Iran if the Supreme Leader and the regime were to fall.
Joining us now is Iranian-American journalist Lisa Daftari, foreign policy analyst and editor-in-chief at the Foreign Desk. Lisa, great to have you. So the Ayatollah is gone. Who could possibly come next?
It was a question of succession even when he was alive and there wasn't a revolution in play. And that is because it's very random as to who comes next. He's been in the position of leadership since 1989. He is the infallible leader. He gets to decide everything from who gets to run in their fake elections and, if their nuclear deals, who comes to the table, if there will be a deal. He decides everything. He decides the execution. So, when he was alive and the regime was fully intact, it was still a question because it did not go down naturally to the son. It's not a succession like a monarchy where you know who's going to come next. He does have a son. That was always a question. There's always these rifts within in the regime as to who would come next. But now we're looking at an entirely different landscape. The thing that the Iranian people are telling us is regime change, not reform, not a mullah in a suit, not a mullah in a jogging suit, not a mullah with a turban. We just don't want anyone from this system, which means their council doesn't get to decide the next leader. The people should decide the next leader. And if you've been watching the revolutions unfold in the streets of Iran for the past 50, 60 days and for the past few years, there has been this buildup to unity. And that unity they've been calling calling for Reza Pahlavi, the son of the former Shah of Iran.
Well, I think the American people, I think that's what they want to know, what's next, but also whether the Iranian people can stand up. Will they stand up? We've seen these protests over and over in the last, decades, but can they meet the moment?
Right. And that's the question. Look, regime change, revolutions, war, it's not easy. There won't be this magical brush that, where there will be strikes from Israel and the United States. And all of a sudden, the next day, we have a new regime and we have transitional elections and everything's going to be perfect. Reza Pahlavi has made it known to the people of Iran, do come out onto the streets. We have your back, meaning he's been working for many years with his team in the United States to come up with the day after plan. And they do have an entire prosperity plan, plans for the economy, plans for politics, plans for who's going to pick up the trash, meaning the goal of the Iranian people at this point is just to topple the regime. The next goal after that would be to fill that vacuum with some sort of transitional leader that would lead them to elections, they would get to decide their own future.
Well, that's what I'm thinking about right now. You said pick up the trash. I'm thinking about who is securing the streets right now, who's in charge right now of making sure people in Iran are safe. That's the most important part. Lisa Daftari, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. Well, that is all the time we have tonight. I'm Aisha Hasni. John Scott takes it from here with more live coverage next.
Somewhere out there, someone's paying $30 for a single plate of steak and shrimp.
What?
In here, we're ballin'.
It's actually fire.
What? In here, we're ballin'.
It's actually fire.
What is?
Yeah, fire.
Yeah, it's fire. It's fireballing.
Psst, psst. You make me feel so miserable.
Psst, psst. Flonase relieves your worst allergy symptoms so you can start feeling better the same day and save your relationship with nature. Flonase.
You're told to optimize, to hack. There's always a promise of a better you. But what if you were never meant to be fixed? Your biology knows how to thrive. It just needs a reminder. Armor Colostrum reawakens that brilliance. 400 nutrients, 4 seconds, 1 daily revival. This time, remember what you're made of.
I'm on Roe, 34 pounds down on GLP-1s. Healthier on Roe. Supported on Roe. FDA-approved GLP-1 options. Now even in a pill. Weight loss expertise I trust. I'm moving better on Roe. I'm feeling better on Roe. I'm Serena Williams. This is me on Roe.
I love seeing all the opportunities she gets from being here. It's the look on her face the first time we walked in and she saw somebody else that looked like her.
They take good care of you.
It's just amazing because when I come here, I feel like I belong.
Why do you love children?
Because they saved your life.
When you go online to loveshriners.org or call the special number with your monthly gift, you provide care and therapy that helps kids like me do what I love most.
Try to do a heart in the Shriners logo.
They can bring so much light into darkness of people's lives.
Because I love it so much.
When you say yes to giving just $19 a month, only 63 cents a day, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a reminder of all the kids you're helping every day.
Your donation has truly changed Everett's life and the lives of probably thousands, if not millions of kids all over the world.
At first, when the accident happened, we didn't think she was gonna walk again, but when she came to Shriners, it gave us hope that hey, Braylee's gonna walk again.
This place is amazing, and I can't believe how much it's helped me through my hard times. It's because of all the donations that people give Shriners to help other kids in need.
What I love about Shriners Children's is the mission. There's nowhere else in the world that I could provide the care that we provide for the patient and the family.
Thank you.
Thank you for giving.
Thank you. Please call or go online at loveshriners.org to give your monthly gift today. When you give, you make so many things possible for kids like me. That's what I love most. Thank you for giving.
The death of Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, now confirmed by Iranian state media. He was one of dozens of leaders eliminated during Operation Epic Fury. Hello, I'm John Scott, live from New York, where it's 1 a.m. It's 9:30 in the morning in Iran. The joint U.S. and Israeli mission unleashing a tense aerial assault on Iran just hours after President Trump voiced his disappointment over the U.S.-Iranian nuclear talks.
We warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. They rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland.
Just a few hours ago, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard issued a warning saying its most intense offensive operation is imminent. Earlier, retaliatory strikes killed at least one person in Israel, and missiles and drones also launched toward U.S. military installations in Bahrain, Kuwait, and Qatar. For the latest, let's bring in Fox News correspondent Nate Foy. He's in Cyprus right now. Nate.
Hey, John. Yeah, we're in the eastern Mediterranean. You can see the sun is up. And the question is, how is Iran going to respond in day 2 of this conflict after announcing overnight what we already knew, that the supreme leader, now former supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, is dead and was killed in those airstrikes in Tehran yesterday morning. But in the past half an hour, President Donald Trump posted on Truth Social saying if Iran hits back as hard as they're promising, that they will be hit with a force that they have never seen before, which is difficult to fathom considering the damages that the regime took in the first day of this conflict. But as we monitor that response, we do have some new video from northern Iraq in Erbil, where a U.S. military base is located. Take a look at this. Now, we do not have confirmation that a U.S. base was hit here, John, but we do know that Iran has been firing on U.S. bases across the region after massive U.S. and Israeli strikes. Now, the supreme leader, again, killed in his Tehran compound Saturday morning. Iranian state media reports several immediate members of his family, including his daughter and grandchild, were also killed, along with more than 40 senior Iranian officials. The IRGC commander is dead, as are workers in Iran's nuclear program. The U.S. attacks took out Iranian air defense positions, airfields, and drone launching sites. Israel called it the largest air campaign in its country's history. Now, Iran's response has hit both civilian and military targets, including a U.S. Navy base in Bahrain. However, a U.S. defense official said it was just an empty warehouse. U.S. Central Command says there are no U.S. casualties, no U.S. Navy ships have been hit by any missiles, and there has been very minimal damage to U.S. bases. Now, Iran did hit 3 residential buildings in Bahrain with drone attacks and falling debris from intercepted missiles, a hotel in Dubai, and a drone attack in Abu Dhabi that killed 1 and injured 7. Now, as for what comes next, John, President Trump posted earlier on Truth Social that some IRGC soldiers want immunity now and that they no longer actually want to fight. He says that's a time-sensitive offer because if they don't do that now, if they don't stop fighting, he says they will, in fact, die. Now, President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu are urging the people of Iran to take this opportunity and take control of their government while they can. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Nate Foy reporting live from Cyprus. Nate, thank you. Fox News Washington correspondent David Spunt joins us now with the latest on how the White House is responding to the unfolding situation in the Middle East. David.
John, good to be with you. Most of the top White House officials are actually here in Palm Beach, Florida, a little bit after 1 o'clock in the morning Eastern time. President Trump at his Mar-a-Lago estate, but clearly he is awake, posting on social media about an hour ago relating to Iran and what he says Iran will do today. He writes on True Social, Iran just stated that they're going to hit very hard today, harder than they ever have been hit before. They better not do that. However, because if they do, we will hit them with a force that has never been seen before. Thank you for the attention to Thank you for your attention to this matter. These are photos showing the president meeting with his top advisors yesterday as this attack was unfolding, including the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, CIA Director John Ratcliffe, and Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, also the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan Kane. Now, also in the photo, briefing the team on the strikes. Now, the president out with a statement just hours earlier announcing the death of the Ayatollah, writing, Khamenei, one of the most evil people in history, is dead. This is not only justice for the people of Iran, but for all great Americans and those people from many countries throughout the world that have been killed or mutilated by Khamenei and his gang of bloodthirsty thugs, in all capital letters. John, Secretary of State Marco Rubio originally had a trip planned to Israel tomorrow on Monday. That is no longer happening given what's going on. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth out with a statement late last night. The Iranian regime had their chance, yet refused to make a deal, and now they're suffering the consequences. For almost 50 years, Iran has targeted and killed Americans, always seeking the world's most powerful weapons to further their radical cause. Last night, unlike any previous president, President Trump began dealing with this cancer. So President Trump will remain here in Palm Beach meeting with advisors. We're not sure if he's going to make any public appearances, at least on camera today, before heading back to the White House later this evening, where he will meet with the rest of his team, Vice President J.D. Vance, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, and others who are in the Situation Room monitoring President Trump, monitoring the situation in Tehran. John.
All right, David Spunt reporting live. David, thank you. President Trump said before the U.S. will carry out the operation this week, or as long as needed. So how long could we expect this mission will last? Let's bring in Justin Fulcher, the former Pentagon official and former senior advisor to Pete Hegseth, U.S. Secretary of War. Justin, welcome. When you look at this thing from afar, what would you assess the length of this operation is going to be?
Well, what we're witnessing is really a regional reset. For years, Iran has tested American resolve through proxies, missile expansion, and of course, nuclear escalation. And they calculated that the U.S. would just stand by and accept it. But as we've seen with Operation Epic Fury, that calculation has changed. And under President Trump's leadership, the U.S. and Israel executed those deliberate strikes aimed at the regime's most dangerous capabilities. And I think ultimately what comes next depends on Tehran. If they continue to escalate, the U.S. has overwhelming capacity to expand that pressure. But if they stand down, this now becomes a true strategic reset. And the objective is clear. The U.S. is going to degrade nuclear capability, neutralize that missile infrastructure, and of course, reestablish deterrence. After that, the ball is in the regime's court. And it's increasingly in the hands of the Iranian people. So I think ultimately it's up to the people of Iran to decide exactly what the future looks like. But I think this is a matter of days, not weeks.
We know that the Ayatollah is dead. The IRGC commander is dead. Much of the Ayatollah's family is dead. Who's calling the shots there, would you guess?
Well, as we've seen, both the United States and Israel have made very targeted precision strikes. And we've seen that most of the senior leadership in Iran have been eliminated. But that being said, the Iran does have established chain of command, and the IRGC does have a very strong security footprint there. And so I would say right now there are contingency plans in place that are being followed by the remaining Iranian leadership. That being said, as these strikes continue and more of that leadership is eliminated, I think we're going to see a lot more chaotic situation within Tehran and leadership decision-making there.
What about some of these revenge strikes that we've seen, places like that tower in Abu Dhabi burning? because Iran launched missiles against many of its neighbors. Certainly not a way to win friends, it would seem.
Right, and I think those are clear acts of desperation coming out of Iran. At this point in time, targeting civilian infrastructure in neighboring countries that weren't involved is just completely unacceptable and out of hand. But I think it really shows where we are in just 24 hours almost into this conflict, that the U.S. and Israel have clearly established dominance in this conflict very quickly, and Iran is resorting to, very frankly, despicable acts of targeting civilian and innocent infrastructure.
So how do you assess Iran's threats that it's going to make this fierce response? That's what it's claiming.
Well, I think a lot of that is definitely hype. I mean, if they had the ability to make a strong response, I think they would have already made it. Of course, the rhetoric has always been strong from the beginning, but we've seen this since Operation Midnight Hammer. We've seen this over the past 24 hours. Iran just doesn't have the level of capabilities to respond against the overwhelming force of the United States military. And I think really that's a hats off to the great U.S. military and our capabilities. And ultimately, Iran is facing an opponent in the United States that is simply unmatched.
Yeah, despite their threats and all of their bluster, they don't seem to be doing much to try to answer back to what's happening there. Thanks very much, Justin Fulcher. We appreciate your insights.
Thank you.
Reza Pahlavi is the exiled former crown prince of Iran and also emerging as a key figure as Iran finds itself in a leadership vacuum.
The aid that the President of the United States promised to the brave people of Iran has now arrived. The noble people of Iran, despite the savage repression and massacres of this regime, stood firm with courage for nearly 2 months. I now ask you to exercise the utmost caution to preserve the lives of civilians and my compatriots.
But is he the right person to take over in Iran? Let's bring in E.J. Kimball, the Director of Policy of the U.S.-Israel Education Association. So that's the first question, EJ. Is Reza Pahlavi the guy?
Well, thanks for having me on. That is a great question. He could be one of the guys. And I say that because while he's certainly got the profile of someone to take over and run this country, we have to remember he hasn't been there in over 4 decades. And while he may be projecting on the outside of the country, what is still unclear is how much support he has inside the country. Let's not forget, he's not in the country dealing with this regime, this brutal regime, destroying assets, going after the people in the country. So will they look to him and rally around him? We're already seeing groups on the ground trying to assert power there. And there's so many different interest groups right now in Iran that it's not clear how this is going to shake out. But I think it is very important to understand here, while we may not know how the days, weeks, months, and maybe even years ahead will play out with who's going to take over, it is very clear that having this regime out makes the entire region safer for the future.
There are so many layers to the Iranian military, the IRGC, the Revolutionary Guard Corps, being just one of them. It would seem that there is still an awful lot of, a military chain of command in place that could make things awfully difficult for the people there.
That's very true. And look, the Iranians planned for this, especially after Operation Midnight Hammer. They were expecting an attack. Now, maybe they weren't quite expecting what happened, but they put things in place to be able to preserve the regime going forward, even after decapitation of the top levels of it. And I think we need to be very aware that this regime, in an act of desperation, has already shown that it's willing to slaughter its own people, and that they could carry out even larger slaughters on their people. I would hope and anticipate that there has been support given to people within Iran, maybe through the Mossad, through the CIA, through others, so that they can be equipped to counter the IRGC and those that are enforcing these rules. And as President Trump has called upon the IRGC, local police, to lay down their weapons, to join in and become part of the solution here, I'm cautiously optimistic that enough will heed that warning from President Trump and actually join with the people so that there can be a somewhat smooth transition. But President Trump has been clear that this is not about the United States going in, taking over Iran, installing new leadership and owning the future of Iran. This is about the people. President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu have provided an opportunity for the people of Iran to rise up and take back control of their country. And that's what we need to be watching for in the days ahead.
Well, I hope that they will do that, but that's a tall order, especially when so many thousands of them have recently been slaughtered in the streets by their own government. I'm old enough to remember what happened in 1979 when a bunch of so-called students overthrew the Shah. Do you think there is the strength among the people to set up a new government, to stand up a new government, and to get rid of this theocracy that so many of them seem to hate?
I do, and we've seen the resolve of the people in Iran, that they've been able to withstand the brutal assaults that this regime, not just since January, but for the last decade or 2 decades, when they've had uprisings and they've just the brutal crackdowns on them. The people there are willing to seize control. The problem is they don't have the power to do it. And now President Trump is providing that opportunity by weakening this regime that the people may be able to now take over.
All right. We thank you very much, E.J. Kimball. We appreciate your insights today. Thank you.
Thank you.
So President Trump says there will be worse response if the Iranians try to continue what they say will be a fierce response to this attack. More coverage right after this.
Another lost summer scrolling and swiping? Another lost spring break? Turns out the fix is right here. Create new lifetime memories from the comfort of your backyard. No passports, no reservations. Latham's premium handcrafted pools are ultra durable for any climate. Can be installed in weeks, not months. And have hundreds of designs, sizes, and colors to choose from. For 70 years, Latham Pool has remained the gold standard in bringing backyard dreams to life. Our pools are easy to care for, won't stain or crack, and never require costly resurfacing. And with flexible financing options, your dream is within reach. Inquire now to receive a free crystal finish upgrade valued at up to $3,000 and bring your favorite exotic watercolor and shimmer right to your own backyard. Don't let another year slip away. It's never too early to start planning for a lifetime of memories. Visit LathamPool.com now.
A better heart healthy supplement. That's what we all want. That's why for 8 years now, I've relied on this heart powder. It's Super Beats, and I swear by it.
Super Beats is the original #1 selling beet brand for healthy blood pressure support. The only cardiologist-recommended beet brand that's also trusted by over 40 national championship-winning pro and college sports teams for cardio-powered energy.
For cardio results you can feel, the only brand I trust is Super Beats.
Try Super Beats today at human.com.
Yeah, it's been great. I saved hundreds when I switched to Progressive.
Molly Burke is passive progressive.
It's so great. Maybe you can buy a bigger sun hat.
Molly doesn't have Progressive and takes it out on those who do.
You know, if they make one.
I can handle my claim online or on the phone, whatever's easiest.
Sienna, she can be laid back. Let's eat, girls.
I'm so happy you didn't blow all your savings upgrading to a better room. Oh, look, they do have rooms with balconies.
Don't be passive progressive.
Lucky.
Switch to get good coverage and savings for yourself.
The U.S. and Israel attacks on Iran. After the joint operation kills their supreme leader, our Sunday morning lineup has critical analysis on what's next on Fox News Channel.
Behold, the new Harry's Plus. 5 German-engineered steel blades, premium metal handle, our most advanced pivot mechanism, at a price that makes Big Razor Big mad, and guys everywhere very happy. Harry's Plus.
right, so that's one pair of prescription glasses.
Yep.
Plus anti-reflective lens coating.
Oh.
Scratch-resistant coating.
Did I choose?
UV protection.
And that's included in the...
$95.
Oh.
Welcome to Warby Parker.
The secret is out. With millions of younger-looking customers across the country, Plexiderm is one of the most sought-after anti-aging products available today. Influencers love it, magazines feature it, and people just can't get enough of it. As a matter of fact, Elle Magazine gave it an Editor's Choice Award as Best Instant Wrinkle Filler for 2025. Plexiderm reduces the appearance of fine lines, wrinkles, and those dreaded under-eye bags in as little as 10 minutes. So yes, you can look years younger in minutes, and the effects will last for hours. No surgery, no gimmicks, just results.
Look at this one under-eye bag. It's gone.
I've tried it all, and then I found Plexiderm, and this happened.
The best news, in this super inflated economy, you can try Plexiderm for only $14.95 and free shipping. So don't wait. Just call the number on your screen.
Call 800-460-3618.
United States Central Command says the strike against Iran was the Pentagon's first use of one-way drones. These so-called kamikaze drones were first tested in the field just 3 months ago. How effective are those one-way drones? Lieutenant Army Colonel Darren Gobb, now retired, also co-founder and executive director of Restore Liberty, is joining us now. Darren, welcome. One-way drones. We're not talking about the type of thing that the United States has been using for 20 years or more. These are a sophisticated and new type of weapon.
Yeah, John, they sure are. And when I first started training drones, both in our applications and in making sure that we could counter how other people use them, that was about 20 years ago when I started doing that. These kinds of drones were really on the drawing table, and ultimately what it comes down to is they're steerable, semi-autonomous artillery shells almost. They can climb into the air, they can select a target, they can and guide themselves into that target for over a great range. So their effectiveness at this particular mission in Iran right now has yet to be determined for sure specifically, but I will tell you that what we've developed them from, both lessons learned between the war between Ukraine and Russia and the fact that this is largely based on a Turkish design and, of course, not Turkish, Iranian design that has also been fed through Russia into that conflict. There's a lot of lessons learned that we've learned from watching other conflicts, and I suspect that we'll find that the Iranians are pretty effective within their capabilities for range and payload.
What do we know about the armaments that were used to target the Ayatollah's compound?
Personally, I don't know a lot about that, but given that that was an Israeli target specifically, I would suspect that was a rather large piece of ordnance, because I've seen what happened to that building, and that it was basically leveled, and the leadership was all vaporized. So I would expect that would have been something more like a normal 500 or bigger pound bomb that got dropped on there, because a one-way drone is not going to do that level of destruction.
All right. So the Iranians have lashed out at many of their neighbors, just about any place that has any U.S. facilities, bases, personnel, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Qatar, the UAE, Bahrain. And those countries are threatening to respond. It would seem that, Iran doesn't have many friends in the Middle East as it is, and it has made things worse, it would seem.
Yeah, sure it has, and I think it's worth noting the fact that there's been a long-standing conflict between a Shia Iran and a Sunni Gulf cooperation area, and specifically the primary adversary or competitor, which is Saudi Arabia, which would be very happy to see Iran get reduced in the first place. And so that what Iran is doing right now is what I would call a nation in sort of a death rattle. They're kind of throwing things everywhere, specifically targeting American installations, but it seems like everybody is subject to being targeted by Iran, and this is certainly not how you're going to try to win friends or try to keep friends. And so they were already isolated a little bit before as a nation, just because they were seen as a pariah, spreading this violence and terrorism, various things throughout the Middle East. And now it's just gotten worse. So I think you're going to see multiple nations that may have not been behind Iran, or it may have been behind Iran at least a little bit before, are all going to say no thank you now. And ultimately what it looks like to me is future nations that could be part of the Abraham Accords again.
How concerned are you about blowback, terror cells in the United States launching attacks here?
I've been warning about that since the beginning of the Biden administration. So what you're looking at is during the Biden administration, you've got somewhere in the neighborhood of potentially up to 1.5 million or so people who came into the United States that could be tied back to Iran in some way. But also, there were numerous single fighting age male Chinese nationals that also came into the United States through our uncontrolled borders. So I'm highly concerned about the capacity for those cells to be activated and do some damage. And I've got networks across the country that we're specifically talking to about how they can look at their communities and assess the threats and make sure they prioritize how they can assist without getting in the way of law enforcement at all, but to actually complement them with extra eyes, watching out for anything that could be considered dangerous or a threat to the communities around them.
Yeah, the last numbers I saw were that 30,000 Chinese men of military age came across the border during the Biden administration. You have to wonder why. Lieutenant Colonel Aaron Gobb, retired from the U.S. Army. We appreciate your insights. Thanks. So this is a situation that has reset the balance of power in the Middle East. It is also having worldwide impact. We'll talk about that when we come back.
You're told to optimize, to hack. There's always a promise of a better you. But what if you were never meant to be fixed? Your biology knows how to thrive. It just needs a reminder. Armor Colostrum reawakens that brilliance. 400 nutrients, 4 seconds, 1 daily revival. This time, remember what you're made of.
John is the most incredible person I'd ever met. Aviation was John's love and passion. When he was 8 years old, he went out for a ride in a Yak 52. And from that moment on, he was just completely infatuated with the idea of being a military pilot. And he was present as a Marine and present as a dad, as a husband. He said, I want to be the best. I want to give my best. And that's what was important to him. It was a normal, ordinary Wednesday for us. When I was picking up my daughter from daycare, my friend that I would carpool with mentioned that there was an aircraft that went down. My friend said, I could drive you to the squadron. And I told her, I need you to take me home because if they're going to come tell me, they're coming to my door. In an instant, your life does change. And you, especially having children, have to decide, how am I going to do this? I got a message from a friend, and they said, there's this foundation called Tunnel to Towers, and they said on TV that they're going to pay for your and John's mortgage. And it just felt like a frozen moment in time that I'd never forget. I realized that the comfort I could find was to make him feel present everywhere we could. And I told Tunnel to Towers, I want to have a room that I can set up for my husband where my daughters can learn about him. I want a place that they can go as they're growing up and see their father everywhere. And they said, we understand this, we understand your need for it, we're going to do it for you. I'm so grateful for that.
By giving $11 a month, you're joining us on our mission to do good and take care of Gold Star families, catastrophically injured service members, and first responders. Go to T2T.org. It only takes $11 a month to make a positive impact.
I'm on row. I lost 75 pounds on row. I cried when I could finally run a mile. And now I'm running marathons. FDA approved GLP-1s for the cost of my monthly copay, thanks to Ro's free insurance check. Visit Losing the weight is just the start. I'm Hannah Nylander Asplin, and this is me on Row.
My husband, Dean, has always worried about his diabetes. He was afraid that once he reached retirement, he wouldn't be able to enjoy it. But getting Dexcom G7 has put Dean in control of his health. Wherever we go, he can easily manage his sugar levels and make sure he's staying in range. Dexcom G7 has given us confidence in the future, wherever it takes us.
Where to next?
When it comes to my daily heart health supplement, I've got 3 rules. It's got to be plant-based, it's got to be doctor recommended, and it's got to be Super Beats from Human.
Super Beats is the #1 cardiologist recommended beet brand for heart health support with clinically studied grapeseed extract for nearly 2 times more effective blood pressure support than diet and exercise alone.
Super Beats works. I swear by it, and I know you're going to love it too.
Try Super Beats today at human.com.
Well, President Trump says the operation will go on as Iran is threatening to unleash its heaviest military offensive in its history. Joining us now, Edward Lawrence, Fox Business White House correspondent.
No, I know. I can tell you're PMC. I wanted to see if you're from there. Right. No, I feel you, dude. Fuck yeah, bro. Oh no, to have one account and then another one, yeah. Really? Right. Dude, that's why. Dude. No, watch out for that scav here. Let's go. We can go. It's 4 minutes. Head on down. Right? Like, he's just not gonna shoot you, I'm guessing? Really, is that how you do it? I had no fucking idea. Awesome.
Rebecca Grant. Dr. Grant, what happens now? The Ayatollah has ruled Iran for, well, decades. Now that he's gone, who takes over?
Yes, Ali Khamenei has been there since 1989, the second of the two Ayatollahs. But John, the first what's next is that the U.S. and Israeli campaign continues. General Dan Kane, chairman of the Joint Chiefs, has quite a target list that he's working. Admiral Cooper, of course, is leading that, and it's important, and we see why it's important to get after the rest of Iran's military capacity. To me, it's a military campaign, and taking out those ballistic missile and drone complexes and the other military targets is job number one. After that, we'll have to see if Iran can step forward to attempt to be a democracy or if they are going to do something else. But look, I think there's great, great hope here that this is a new day for Iran that will come, and also for a chance for peace across the region.
The IRGC has caused so much misery for the Iranian people. Do you think it's possible that what is left of the IRGC, and we know their commander is dead, but do you think it's possible that what's left of it tries to reconstitute the snake and continue in power, continue abusing the Iranian people?
Well, I think the tough problem, as you point out, is that the IRGC is not just a military force, not just a force that supports terrorism, they're also a business operation. They control a lot of construction, a lot of military production. So it's been a way of life, an ideology, and a livelihood for the IRGC and others. It's hard to unwind that and extract that, and there will be an impact in Iranian society. That said, I think that the people of Iran do have a great chance now. The economy has been terrible. There's been demonstrations across the country, as we know, and of course the terrible losses where the IRGC and others killed their own people. So I think this is a moment that the IRGC is weak. And if these strikes with the missiles continue against U.S.-based targets and against others around the region, then honestly, President Trump is going to keep these strikes up, and the IRGC will only be that much weaker.
We just received a sort of a tally from the Israeli Defense Forces. They say 100 ballistic missiles have been launched from Iran toward Israel in the last 24 hours. Now, many of those have been intercepted, but it just goes to show you that even in a time of war, Iran is lashing out. Even though so much of their missile stockpiles have been destroyed, they still have missiles, and perhaps it shows the wisdom of making this strike now when, before they're able to develop truly long-range ballistic missiles capable of reaching the United States and other countries that they despise.
Yes, that's right. And as Secretary Rubio said, these missiles are a problem. They're trying to develop intercontinental missiles. This is why we had to take them on. I think, launching 100 against Israel is terrible. But we do have a lot of forces in place to counter this. Our destroyers with their standard missiles, Patriot, THAAD, and don't forget aircraft, land-based and sea-based. They're forming caps against the drone strikes as well. So we saw more missiles than this launched in salvos in 2024. I think 100 that's a lot, but most of these are being intercepted. Our Space Force is tracking all of it. And Iran has a lot of missiles, but we are going to get the upper hand over this, no question.
It would seem that they are lashing out and maybe getting to the bottom of the barrel of their stockpiles. They're threatening a response that they say is going to be worse than anything they've done before, but we haven't seen it yet, and you have to wonder if they have the capability.
Oh, they're so arrogant, and they always talk this way. And John, another thing happening is that as these missile batteries fire, we see that and detect it, and frankly, it expands the potential target list. So if their launcher fires off, then that is seen, and that becomes another potential strike. That's why President Trump has said, this is going to go on through the week. This could go on longer. Iran, by firing this, is really just expanding the potential target set and, of course, turning the whole region and I think increasingly the world against them. These are random attacks against either U.S. bases or, frankly, against civilians. They've hit a lot of civilian targets in the Gulf states. This is bad, and we are going to get that buttoned up.
It is an amazing time, and it will reset the situation in the Middle East and really the entire world. Dr. Rebecca Grant, we thank you for your insights today.
Thank you.
So more on the situation in Iran. 100 ballistic missiles launched at Israel, many of them intercepted. And the United States continues its attacks along with the Israelis. More just ahead.
Every small business owner has a monster to-do list. And as your business grows, it grows.
That's fair.
Progressive makes it easy to get a quick commercial auto quote online so you can get back to all your other to-dos. See if you can save money at progressivecommercial.com.
We said we'd never break the 3-second rule. We'd never make a separate dinner. And never do that. We'd never let them sleep in our room. And never become a minivan mom.
Hey, Chris. Okay, well, I'm not at my desk right now.
As parents, we say never a lot, but never happens. So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, know it can happen. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock.
Tyler Reddick struck again in Atlanta. 2 in a row! Now he's chasing 3 in a row to start the season as we head to Coda with S-turns, right turns, and an uphill turn named Big Red. You can't be all hat, no cattle here. It takes a different breed to tame this track. I reckon the best of the best will get her done. The NASCAR Cup Series from the Circuit of the Americas, Sunday on Fox.
I was in search of freedom. Sarah was in search of faith. Our lives were to become one. I am too old to bear a baby. I want you to have a child on my behalf. She was the first of the great matriarchs. Surely nothing is impossible for God.
The Fateful begins March 22nd on Fox.
The game of survival is in your hands. Good luck.
They came out here to win $250,000.
Let's go!
You're playing a totally different game than we're playing in the wilderness. You all want to hate me? That's fine.
Start scheming, boys. I need some goodies. Please hit that button.
Oh my gosh.
I should have applied for the floor. Rob Lowe wouldn't do this to people.
Extracted. All new Mondays on Fox and watch anytime on Hulu.
Kids across America are going to school hungry. Millions of kids every day. Hungry kids get sick more often and can struggle in school. It can be harder for them to focus and learn. But one simple thing can help change all of this for a hungry child in America. Good, healthy food and the energy it brings. With help from caring people across America, No Kid Hungry is providing healthy meals and hope to hungry kids so they can build better futures.
We want to ensure that all of our kids have healthy meals every day.
Thank you.
Thank you for helping feed our kids.
To learn more about ending child hunger in America, go to helpnokidhungry.org today.
There is a mixed reaction to President Trump launching strikes on Iran and taking out its top leader in the process. For more, let's bring in Matt Terrell, former chief of staff for Marco Rubio's presidential campaign. He, of course, is now Secretary of State. There are some in the MAGA world who do not like what the president has done here. He promised, he said that he disparaged endless wars. What do you think about this president ordering this strike on the Iranians, Matt?
Thanks, John. Well, what I think is that the majority of Americans stand with President Trump. A recent polling that just came out shows that well over 50% of Americans stand by the actions that President Trump took. And look, President Trump campaigned on exactly what he is doing. He talked about making America safer, more secure, more prosperous. The actions that he has taken to take out the Iranian regime, it does not just help the people of Iran. It helps, of course, the United States and the world as well, given that Iran was the largest state sponsor of terrorism. And what President Trump is doing right now is not launching a war. He's opening a door. He's opening a door for the people of Iran to walk through and to take their country back, to take their government back, and to take control of their own destiny. That's key for the people of Iran, and of course, it's key for the safety and security of the world as well.
Along those lines, according to the official Iranian news agency, a 3-member council is going to take over the running of the country. That will include the president, the chief of the judiciary, and a jurist, the chief jurist, I should say, from the Guardian Council there. Those are the 3 who are going to be running Iran in the meantime. Do you think it's possible that some upswelling of people in the streets is going to change that they actually are going to be able to establish a government that is responsive to the people?
Well, John, I think they have the greatest chance than they've ever had before because of the actions that President Trump took. Prior to President Trump launching these attacks, along, of course, with Israel, the people of Iran had no chance. No previous president of the United States took the necessary action to back the people of Iran. We saw under President Obama the failed nuclear agreement. You saw under President Biden just handing over, green lighting, if you will, billions of dollars to the regime. Those are failed policies and broken promises to the people of Iran. Instead, President Trump has delivered on successful policy and a promise that he made to stand up for the people of Iran is exactly what he is doing. And to that end, it is going to be up to the people of Iran. I think it was wise for President Trump to manage expectations and talk about in his address how while the United States will help here and open that door, it is up to the people of Iran to walk through it. It's going to be in their hands soon here to take control of their government. So to answer your question, it's an uphill battle, but it's a battle I believe the people of Iran can win because of the actions that President Trump has taken.
We mentioned that you were one of the top leaders in Marco Rubio's presidential campaign. He was supposed to go to the Middle East this Tuesday. Do you think that was kind of a ruse, that the Iranians figured that they wouldn't be seeing this kind of attack until at least after the Secretary of State departed the region?
Well, John, is it possible that that's a head fake? Potentially. I'll let the administration speak to that. But this is a president and Secretary Rubio and an administration general that's playing 4-dimensional chess. I mean, look, it's not just about the military actions that they're taking, but to your point, it's also what they're not doing on the military front. It has been, at times, doing those head fakes, if you will, potentially, but also being honest with the people of Iran and with the government of Iran. And to that end, the Trump administration went to the Iranian government trying to negotiate in good faith. Secretary Rubio was a part of those people going to the Iranian government to try and negotiate an off-ramp here. And the Iranian government failed to take that off-ramp. They failed to negotiate in good faith. What this was about was clear from President Trump's standards, and that was to stop enrichment, to stop building their nuclear program, to stop their ballistic missile program. Iran failed to truly agree to all of those things. So where we are today is that the Iranian government found out what the Trump doctrine is all about, and that is mess around and find out. And that's exactly what occurred in these actions with President Trump taking out the Ayatollah leader and taking out 40 top leaders of the regime. It's been amazing to watch. It's the right call by President Trump. They failed to negotiate. They did exactly what Nicolas Maduro did as well. They didn't take the off-ramp, and now they found out what that Trump doctrine is all about.
Matt Terrell, we have a couple of more questions for you. We'd like to get to you again after a quick break. More with Matt Terrell and more on the situation in Tehran in just a moment.
I'm Jamie, founder of Ring. Our latest invention, Retinal Vision. AI tuning delivers ultimate clarity for unmatched security. Protect your home like I do with Retinal Vision on new 4K cameras and doorbells from Ring. Shop now at ring.com.
Librela has helped Norman get back to his old self.
Librela is used to control pain in dogs with osteoarthritis. Adverse events may include ataxia, anorexia, and lethargy. Do not use in breeding, pregnant, or lactating dogs. Take extreme care to avoid self-injection.
Another lost summer scrolling and swiping? Turns out the fix is right here. Create new lifetime memories from the comfort of your backyard. No passports, no reservations. Latham's premium handcrafted pools can be installed in weeks, not months. Our pools won't stain or crack and never require costly resurfacing. Inquire now to receive a free crystal finish upgrade valued at up to $3,000 and bring your favorite exotic watercolor and shimmer right to your own backyard. Visit LathamPool.com now.
So the offense is your Bills. The defense is Experian. That's our BFF, right? Experian is there to help lower your bills and save money and time. Money and time. Go download the app today.
Experian. Where's my mother gonna... Oh, no. Is this the episode with the breakup?
Reba, we can't agree on the house.
Y'all need Realtor.com. With over 500,000 new listings every month, you could find the one today. This could be it. Better put a key ring on it. Realtor.com.
Pato O'Ward was born with his foot on the gas. He once met Slow. They didn't get along. You could put him behind any wheel, and he wouldn't just have fans, he'd have groupies. Fortunately for the people of Concord Acres, Pato chose to drive here. You want to catch Pato O'Ward? Welcome to the fastest racing on Earth.
Operation Epic Fury, inside the strikes that killed the Ayatollah, and what's next for the region. Harris is breaking it down on a special Faulkner Focus.
Yes, I actually won!
See this? It just arrived from Deal Dash, a Nintendo Switch 2.
Look what I just won. I love Deal Dash.
With millions of auctions, you too can start winning, like this.
I got this amazing Japanese knife set for just 75 cents.
I got this KitchenAid stand mixer for only $56.
And today, new users get a $50 bonus credit. Go to DealDash.com right now for huge savings
and free shipping from our U.S. warehouses.
The system is outdated and archaic and vulnerable to title fraud, a growing scam the FBI now calls house stealing. Scammers can now easily download and forge one document, apply one fake notary stamp, and then file it with the recorder. Just like that, the property has been taken out of your name. Then they borrow against your home using your equity.
Find out if you're already a victim. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now.
All right, so that's one pair of glasses.
Yep.
With prescription lenses, plus anti-reflective lens coating.
Oh.
Scratch-resistant coating.
Did I choose?
UV protection. Award-winning customer service.
That's me.
That's also me. Free returns, free exchanges, and free frame adjustments for life.
And how much more is that?
Oh, it's all included at Warby Parker.
So my glasses
are still just $95.
Oh.
Surprise! I just get excited.
Continuing our conversation now with Matt Terrell, the former chief of staff for Marco Rubio's presidential campaign. Rubio, obviously now the Secretary of State. We're just getting some breaking news, Matt, that the hits just keep on coming. Iran's chief of the army staff and the defense minister were also killed in that airstrike, along with the head of the Revolutionary Guard and the security advisor, whose deaths had been previously reported. They were all part of a meeting, apparently, with the Ayatollah of the country's defense council, and that meeting was attacked, obviously, and those are among the many people who have been taken out by the United States. How does this change the situation in the Middle East? Does Iran become, does it get embraced once again by the world of nations, or do we just have to see what shakes out in terms of the type of government that they prop up here?
Well, certainly I think we have a ways to go here, but this has been a critical move that the Trump administration made here in obliterating the regime, and it's going to truly, I believe, be a reset for the Middle East. And I think it's important that we're watching, of course, what's happening with this conflict, with this campaign right now, but people need to remember that this has been building up for quite some time. Even during President Trump's first term, we saw what he did with respect to setting in place the Abraham Accords. In his second term, we saw what he did in terms of normalizing relationships and building a greater relationship between the United States and Saudi Arabia. The bottom line is President Trump has been pulling countries away from Iran. Iran's never been more isolated than they are today. And so while Iran has had partnerships with China, for example, and this is, by the way, will have a big impact on China, particularly given how dependent they've been on Iranian oil. But the reality is, to answer your question, I do believe that this is going to be one of the biggest, if not the biggest reset we have seen to the Middle East, and hopefully will drive peace and stability throughout the region. That's been something, at least throughout my entire lifetime, that we have been hoping for, that Americans nationwide have been hoping for, people around the world have been hoping for. And the biggest threat in the Middle East truly has been Iran. They've been, as I mentioned earlier, as we all know, the greatest state sponsor of terrorism. To take out the regime is critical, but the next steps are even more critical. Recovery is key. And while this campaign will last likely a few days, few weeks, recovery will take years. And get in place the right government, the right leadership, that's mission critical. As President Trump discussed and mentioned, that'll be up to the people of Iran to drive that forward.
It has been a remarkably effective strike. I mean, it has decapitated the Iranian government, the terror government. But, you know, the old slogan is, you break it, you buy it. So how confident are you that whatever government comes out of these attacks is going to be, you know, friendly to the United States and responsive to the Iranian people?
Yeah, well, this was already, as we know, a broken product, if you will, with this regime in Iran. I mean, the reality is this leadership was not working for the stability of the region and, frankly, the safety and security of the world. But to your point, you know, it really is critical to get the right leadership in place, and we'll see who takes form there. I know Secretary Rubio and others have touched on the how unpredictable it is, if you will, in terms of the line of succession. I know others have weighed in on that. It could be ultimately, I think, President Trump playing a key role in this, and he could take the blueprint that he used in Venezuela. You know, in Venezuela, Yep, go ahead. I'm sorry, John.
Yeah, we have to say goodbye. Matt Terrell, thank you.
Take care.
You bet. More coverage in just a moment.
They tell you to optimize, to hack. But what if you were never broken? Armor Colostrum, the first food of life, reawakens your innate brilliance. 400 nutrients, 4 seconds, 1 daily revival.
Have you ever felt so sluggish that it was like you were stuck in your chair? Like you didn't feel energetic enough for even routine activity? I've been there. And as a doctor, I knew this could be a sign that my digestive system wasn't working at its best. So I followed the same advice I give my patients and started taking Metamucil fiber every day.
Metamucil is the only leading brand with plant-based psyllium fiber that gels to help trap and remove waste, so you can feel lighter in as little as 14 days.
After trying it for 2 weeks, I decided to keep taking Metamucil every day to help meet my health goals.
Metamucil psyllium fiber also helps curb cravings between meals, helps lower cholesterol to support heart health, and helps maintain healthy blood sugar levels. That's why Metamucil is the #1 fiber brand recommended by doctors, pharmacists,
and gastroenterologists like me.
Metamucil. Digestive health starts here. Scan to shop or visit these fine retailers today.
Introducing the new GLP-1 pill, Onro. It's the same weight loss ingredient as the shot, now in a pill. The first ever FDA-approved GLP-1 pill for weight loss, Onro, with an innovative formula that finally unlocks real GLP-1 results in a pill. 1 pill a day to lose 14% of your body weight in a year. The lowest price FDA-approved GLP-1 ever. Now Onro.
What do you do when things get tough? You don't give up. You stand your ground. If you've been diagnosed with metastatic PSMA-positive prostate cancer, had hormone therapy, and can delay chemotherapy, ask your doctor about Pluvicto. Pluvicto is not chemotherapy. It's a different treatment that targets PSMA-positive cells. Pluvicto can be used before chemotherapy for some people. Pluvicto involves contact with radioactivity, which may increase the risk for cancer and cause fetal harm. Drink plenty of fluids, urinate often, use contraception, and talk to your doctor about ways to reduce the risk of exposing others to radiation during and after treatment. Pluvicto can cause low levels of blood cell counts, kidney problems, and infertility. Tell your doctor if you have weakness, pale skin, shortness of breath, bleeding or bruising more easily, an infection, or changes in urination. Side effects include decreased blood cell counts, tiredness, dry mouth, nausea, appetite loss, joint or back pain, and constipation. Ask your doctor about Pluvicto, because every day without cancer progression is a victory.
Get new floors during Empire Today's gigantic 75% off sale. That's carpet, hardwood, tile, and vinyl. 75% off. Schedule now.
800-588-2300 Empire.
Today. How deep do you think it is?
Mark, Keith, what you doing?
We think it's a drainage issue.
No, I know what they're working on. What are you guys doing? Young homeowners turning into their parents. Love a job site.
Yep, reinforced concrete.
Here we go.
It's an incredible thing.
Hey, fellas, I saw some work getting done at the middle school. Is this related? I don't know.
Just had a question about the wiring inside there.
Let's go.
Progressive can't save you from becoming your parents, but we can save you money when you bundle home and auto with us.
We'll be back, fellas.
We won't.
History being made across the Middle East as the U.S. and Israel continue to strike targets across Iran, potentially reshaping that country and the future of the entire region. This all starting just over 24 hours ago when Israel struck Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei in Tehran. He was killed along with many members of his family and up to 40 other top political and military leaders. Hundreds of targets have since been hit. President Trump says the large-scale military operation is aimed at overturning Iran's government. Thanks very much for sticking with us. I'm John Scott. It's 2 a.m. here in New York, 10:30 a.m. in Tehran, where people are taking to the streets to both celebrate and protest those attacks. In response, Iran's leaders have been firing waves of missiles at Israel, as well as at U.S. bases across the region, sending ripples across the Middle East. Right now, we know at least one person was killed when an Iranian missile hit a building in Tel Aviv, Israel. More than 100 others were hurt. Iran's counterstrikes also hit civilian locations in Arab nations, forcing them to respond both offensively and defensively. For the latest, let's bring in Fox News correspondent Nate Foy. He's in the region there in Cyprus. Nate.
Hey, John, fire continues being traded both ways, and now on day 2 of this conflict, it is unclear who exactly is ruling Iran after the regime acknowledged the death of the now former supreme leader, the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, in a Tehran airstrike by U.S. and Israeli forces yesterday morning, just over 24 hours ago. President Donald Trump on Truth Social warning the regime not to hit back quite as hard as they have promised, saying that we will just hit them back even harder than the first 24 hours of this conflict. But as we monitor that response, John, take a look at this new video this morning in northern Iraq, in Erbil. This is where a U.S. military base is located. We haven't confirmed that the base has been hit, but you see the smoke. Iran has fired at U.S. bases across the region since yesterday morning, right after the supreme leader was killed in his Tehran compound. More than 40 other senior Iranian officials killed, including the defense minister, as you mentioned. Iran state media reports that several immediate members of his family were also killed, including his daughter and grandchild. The IRGC commander is also dead, as are workers in Iran's nuclear program. The U.S. hit the regime's military targets, while a U.S. Navy base did get damaged in Bahrain. Take a look. A U.S. defense official described this as an empty warehouse. U.S. Central Command says no U.S. service members have been injured. Meanwhile, Iran's response has targeted civilian and military targets. The regime hit a hotel in Dubai, an airport in Abu Dhabi that killed 1 person and injured 7, and 3 residential areas in Bahrain. Now, the international response so far has been mixed, John, with Canada and Australia and others supporting the U.S. actions, while the countries that you would expect, China, Russia, also Spain, denouncing the United States. Send it back to you, John.
All right, Nate Foy reporting from Cyprus. Thank you, Nate. Fox News Washington correspondent David Spunt joins us now. He has the latest on how the White House is responding to this crisis in the Middle East. David.
Well, John, good to be with you. I'm in Palm Beach, Florida right now, close to Mar-a-Lago, where President Trump is spending the night. We know that he's been up fairly late because he posted on Truth Social just a couple of hours ago with a fierce warning. He writes, Iran just stated that they're going to hit very hard today, harder than they have ever been hit before. Better not do that, however, because if they do, we will hit them with a force that has never been seen before. Thank you for your attention to this matter from the president. Now, we have photos of the president meeting here at Mar-a-Lago with his top advisors, including, of course, the Secretary of State, the CIA Director, John Ratcliffe, also the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. Also in the photo, Secretary Pete Hegseth briefing President Trump on the strikes. Now, here is a video the White House released shortly after those strikes, and here is the president. Watch.
And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces.
Secretary of State Rubio, John, had a trip planned to Israel tomorrow. That, of course, no longer happening given the security posture and what's going on now in the Middle East. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth out with a statement late last night. The Iranian regime had their chance, yet refused to make a deal, and now they're suffering the consequences. For almost 50 years, Iran has targeted and killed Americans, always seeking the world's most powerful weapons to further their radical cause. Last night, unlike any previous president, President Trump began dealing with this cancer. So we know that President Trump will remain here in Palm Beach for most of the day today, meeting with advisors. Then he will head back in Washington and meet with other members of his team, like the vice president and some of the other people in the national security apparatus that did not make it down physically to Mar-a-Lago. John.
David Spunt traveling with the president. David, thank you. Some of the other Gulf states are condemning Iran's retaliatory strikes on its neighbors. They're scheduled to hold urgent, high-level diplomatic meetings on Sunday where retaliatory strikes on its neighbors, were they a big miscalculation? For more, let's bring in Mahek Cook, former political and military affairs analyst at the U.S. State Department under President Obama. So Iran is lashing out at many of its neighbors. Just about any place there's an American base has seen some kind of an Iranian attack. What do you make of it, Mahek? How do you think what should be the response?
Well, John, I think this is the biggest miscalculation on Iran's front. You're seeing Iran's greatest attack by the U.S. and Israel, and instead of responding in kind, instead of responding in a targeted fashion, they have turned their backs on their Muslim brothers. The countries that have tried to remain neutral for 5 decades have now finally showed a unified front as Iran started attacking. This wasn't just U.S. bases. They were attacking every single country they could. From, you saw airports that were being attacked, you saw hotel districts in Dubai, you saw countries that tried to remain neutral and sit on the fence now being pulled into a regional movement and conflict. And I think this is a pivotal moment. Gulf states today have a choice. They have a choice to follow President Trump's strengths and to rebuild peace in the Middle East. And unfortunately for Iran, I think their time is up, because instead of building allies, they have made direct enemies. You're seeing statements come out of Saudi Arabia Arabia and Jordan, talking about the attack on sovereignty and how hard the Saudis are going to work to ensure that there's regional peace and make sure that they will fight Iran at all costs. That's how I read the Foreign Ministry's letter, to make sure that we are going to have a systematic, unified response. So this is no longer Jerusalem and Washington. This is the Middle East and most of the Gulf states standing in alignment with President Trump.
As we've been speaking, we just got word that sirens have been sounded across Israel, that missiles are apparently incoming, launched from Iran. Are these the death throes of a flailing state, or does it still have a lot of military might to mess with its neighbors?
Well, look, I think these are still going to be just death throes because they are in full-blown panic mode. They have alienated every single country that they could potentially have relied on in terms of neighbors. And I've been to Israel. I know what the missiles are like. I know what the alarms are like, and I know what the bomb shelters are like. And I'm speaking directly to a couple confidential sources that are IDF soldiers on the ground, and they're telling me that their families are pretty much staying in these bomb shelters, John. They want to make sure that they're safe, but at the end of the day, Israel has one of the strongest defenses, and these missiles aren't going to be able to cause a lot of damage. I think that Iran is in their final hours, and I think President Trump's message was so strong to the people of Iran. This is their country, and they need to fight to take it back. Their actions will determine the course of generations to come.
How confident are you that the Iranian people are going to be able to restore a government that is actually responsive to their needs, rather than this theocracy that we've seen since 1979?
You know, it's been 47 years, and it took 47th President Trump to actually bring peace to the Middle East. I can't guarantee that there's going to be realignment immediately, but I do know that this is going to take time. And the fact that you have neighbors on all sides in the Gulf actually coming in and saying, we want to establish peace, I actually think we're going to have security agreements that are akin to the Abraham Accords, and we're going to actually build momentum through strategic alliances and intel sharing. And I think that, at the end of the day, will help with governance in Iran.
Mehek Cook, formerly a military and political affairs analyst at the U.S. State Department. Mehek, thanks for your insights. So the balance of power in the Middle East seems to be changing, and we continue to get word of other high-level Iranian military leaders who were taken out in that strike. We'll have more coverage just ahead on Fox.
New Sensodyne Clinical Repair is absolutely amazing. When your teeth are sensitive, they need special care. New Sensodyne Clinical Repair creates a protective shield over those exposed areas that can help repair sensitive areas of teeth after 60 seconds. I recommend Sensodyne Clinical Repair.
Dog grooming genius here. No, over here. And I live for operational excellence. Cute makeovers? I see a shop in sync. Thanks to Genius. Scheduling personalized. Checkouts flawless. Real-time reviews for the win. From game day crowds worldwide to running this shop. Perfectly executed. Big league reliability for any business. That's Genius.
I'm a stickler for good dental care.
Me too. Ooh, looking sharp today.
But even if we take care of our teeth, we can still get, don't say it, a big dental bill. That's why dental insurance from Physicians Mutual Insurance Company is important. It helps pay for over 400 procedures, all with no deductibles and no annual maximums. Call or visit physiciansmutualdental.com for your free info kit with all the details. Physicians Mutual, Physicians Mutual.
Look, great blue heron. You know, when I go, I'd like to leave some money to the local bird conservancy.
Doesn't count. What you need is a will, something you can sign and make official. Start your will at trustandwill.com now and make it count.
Trust and Will.
Speed. Alex Pillow is obsessed with speed. And when your average Sunday goes 250 miles per hour, it can be hard downshifting to the speed of Shelley. So you'll forgive Alex if the next time he decides to get milk, he doesn't get it here. He gets it here. You want to catch Alex below? Welcome to the fastest racing on Earth.
The U.S. and Israel attacks on Iran. After the joint operation kills their supreme leader, our Sunday morning lineup has critical analysis on what's next on Fox News Channel.
Hello, welcome to T-Town. Like men over 40 everywhere. These guys experience a drop in testosterone. Don't worry, it happens to all of us. Some guys took my advice about how to boost their testosterone, and some didn't. This guy got the message loud and clear.
That's right, Nugenix Total T2.
From the #1 selling testosterone brand at GNC and Walmart. Nugenix Total T2, packed with even more man-boosting power. It's the next generation testosterone booster that sends nitric oxide levels skyrocketing in just 3 hours. Feel leaner, stronger, and ready for anything with more energy and drive. Get your complimentary bottle by texting LEARN to 231231.
Thanks. It'll make you feel like a new man. And by the way, she'll like it too.
You can only try before you buy with this special offer. Get your complimentary bottle now. Text LEARN to 231231. Do it now and we'll include a bottle of new Nugenix Neurozone Brain Supplement absolutely free. Tired of wasting your money on products that just don't work? That's why new Nugenix Total T2 lets you try before you buy. Just text to claim your complimentary sample. Nugenix Total T2. It's the next generation testosterone booster that sends nitric oxide levels skyrocketing in just 3 hours. Feel leaner, stronger, and ready for anything with more energy and drive. Prove it to yourself. Text LEARN to 231231. Do it now and we'll include a bottle of new Nugenix Neurozone Brain Supplement absolutely free.
Major cities across the United States on high alert following the airstrikes that the U.S. and Israel launched against Iran. Those killed top leaders, including the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Police departments in places like New York City and Los Angeles are increasing patrols at diplomatic missions, cultural institutions, and religious sites. For more on this, let's bring in Bernard Zaper. He is a former ATF special agent in charge, also faculty associate of terrorism and justice studies at Arizona State University. He also has worked extensively undercover. So as you assess the situation in this country, Bernard, how concerned are you that there will be some kind of blowback from the Iranians?
Well, you know, we're very fortunate in that the blueprint and for our response to this has been laid out with the almost 2 decades worth of our involvement in the Middle East. And through the FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force and Department of Homeland Security, sharing operational law enforcement intelligence, we have the ability to be in front of state actors as well as people that would be criminally radicalized, for example, in the country that may be of concern. So there's a lot of work on the front end on criminal intelligence and contact interviews to gather information about people that might do something here domestically, and that is shared at all levels of law enforcement. So very confident about our ability to get in front of potential acts.
We're just getting word that the U.S. consulate in Karachi, Pakistan, is under some kind of an attack. Attack might be too strong a word, but hundreds of protesters apparently have stormed the U.S. consulate in Karachi in response to the U.S.-Israeli attack on Iran. And of course, it brings back memories of what happened at the U.S. Embassy in Tehran in 1979, when really our terrible relations with Iran began. It's not just in this country, obviously, Bernard, that Americans have to be concerned at this moment.
Absolutely. I mean, we're dealing with 1,000 years for revenge, essentially, of radicalized Islam and people that call to what they believe is the duty in response to the U.S. involvement in the region. And it is something that is anticipated, and we have to anticipate and do everything we can to make sure it does not touch the domestic U.S. or our citizens abroad.
We know that, well, millions of people crossed the border under the Biden administration, many of whom we don't know anything about their background or where they came from, who they are. How concerned are you that there are sleeper cells, Iranian sleeper cells in this country right now who are waiting to do the bidding of whatever government was there or is established out of the rubble?
it's a legitimate concern, and it has been found and documented in the capture of Middle Eastern men that are coming from various parts of the region with a very central ideology, anti-U.S., anti-Israel, here in the U.S. illegally for the purposes of causing disruption and terrorism. So it's something that is an active concern and a very proactive, let's say, investigation or operation to identify and remove such people, but they have been documented and found here. It is a legitimate concern at the moment and has been for some time.
Can the FBI and agencies like the ATF, can they get a handle on some of these people who've made it in?
You know, it's really interesting. After the attacks of 2001, there was very quickly lists developed, for example, of Middle Eastern men that were on expired visas in the United States. They had followed the profile of the original hijacking conspiracy at the time. And there was extensive contact interviews done, which yielded a lot of information as to motive and intent, some of which was not nefarious. It was an attempt for people to make money in this country, but even though they're here unlawfully. But that blueprint has carried forward in the following 2 decades. And so very confident that there is the ability to intercept when known, but we still have to have a very prudent response, both as citizens and aware of something, the attention of the Joint Terrorist Task or their local police department. Because there's always that chance that you have the small cells of people operating under the radar. It's a legitimate concern because we're talking about a massive clash of historic ideology, and from a country currently that has exhibited and stated a hate for the United States and a hate for Israel, and their continuing attempt to have the ability to destroy both. So it's a vanguard approach, and all of us need to be aware and communicative about it.
So the slogan, if you see something, say something, is particularly appropriate now. You would urge Americans to be kind of on the lookout for anything unusual.
Absolutely.
We're getting word that this attack in Karachi involved hundreds of people storming the embassy, smashing windows. It says that police and paramilitary forces there fired tear gas and used batons to disperse the crowd. One person was actually killed. So Americans really all over the globe need to be concerned right now and take steps to ensure their safety.
Undoubtedly, and it's a concern in all these locations because, again, it's a class of ideology, and we have a battle that's going on that is historic in nature, and people are called to arms for this, and they are our enemy, and they see any Americans and Westerners in general as a target of opportunity.
So would you expect that the danger is going to be eliminated once the attacks on Iran stop, or is this something we have to worry about for the next 6 months, year? How long does the threat of blowback in this country, how long does that exist?
This is decades and centuries for some time. It is not going to be mitigated with political resolution here. Because again, we have an ideology that identifies us in the U.S. and the West as the enemy of God, essentially. And people are called to respond, and it goes on really in perpetuity. So the level of awareness has to be maintained, and the realization that we are dealing with something that is an historic class of theology, ideology, politics, and that people are committed to it in a way that makes them incredibly dangerous. And so we have to keep the awareness going forward. This is just another one of the heightened calls for people that radicalize in this area, and it is not going to diminish on this outcome.
Bernard Zaper. Bernard, thank you.
Thanks, John.
So things are roiling around the world. An attack on the U.S. consulate in Karachi, Pakistan, apparently has been turned back by local authorities there. More coverage of the situation in Iran when we return.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, or if a loved one was killed in a crash involving a deployed airbag, please contact us today.
Call 800-756-9090. Call now.
Here's an amazing fact. 70 million Americans lie awake every night, their health deteriorating with every sleepless hour. This is a nationwide health crisis. Sleep is the foundation of our lives. Without it, energy, focus, mood plummet. Your quality of life can be stolen. That's why I don't just recommend Relaxium Sleep. I depend on it. Relaxium Sleep is America's #1 doctor-developed sleep solution, changing lives across the nation, including mine.
As a clinical neurologist, I know how essential sleep is for building and nourishing both your mental and physical health. After years of research, I developed Relaxium Sleep to help my patients fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and wake up refreshed.
My good friend Mike Huckabee insisted I try Relaxium Sleep, and now I'm a believer, and you will be too. What makes Relaxium Sleep different? Well, it was created by a leading clinical neurologist, made in the USA. Take it nightly, it works. Since starting Relaxium, I fall asleep faster, sleep longer, wake up refreshed.
I'm so incredibly thankful that for nearly 2 decades now, Relaxium Sleep has been changing millions of lives. If you're experiencing sleepless nights or tossing and turning, you need to try Relaxium Sleep now and improve your quality of life.
So why are you still suffering? Pick up the phone. You have nothing to lose except another sleepless night. Folks, it's time to make America sleep again. So please call now. Claim your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep. Your whole new life, just a phone call away.
Bill O'Reilly is so confident that Relaxium Sleep will work for you, he's asked us to give away 1,000 bottles today. Get your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep now. Visit TryRelaxium.com or call 800-251-1717. That's TryRelaxium.com or call 800-251-1717.
The joint discomfort and inflammation pain in your knees is real. Here's what real customers have to say about MagnaLife Knee Pain Relief Gel. I rubbed this on my knees right before bed and it soothed them so that I could sleep. It has worked wonders. I love it.
Available at your local retailer.
Another lost summer scrolling and swiping? Turns out the fix is right here. Create new lifetime memories from the comfort of your backyard. No passports, no reservations. Latham's premium handcrafted pools can be installed in weeks, not months. Our pools won't stain or crack and never require costly resurfacing. Inquire now to receive a free crystal finish upgrade valued at up to $3,000 and bring your favorite exotic watercolor and shimmer right to your own backyard. Visit LathamPool.com now.
The NFL Scouting Combine is on the air.
My style of play is very aggressive. I get after that quarterback.
Hutchinson got him!
This is where it all begins.
I ain't no joke.
Do you worry about how much someone drinks?
Do you feel angry or depressed most of the time? Do you feel neglected or unloved?
Do you feel that if the drinker loved you, she or he would stop drinking?
If you answered yes to any of these questions, you are not alone.
Not everyone trapped by alcohol is an alcoholic.
Families and friends are suffering too. Al-Anon and Alateen can help. Call 1-866-200-0223 or visit alanon.org/help.
President Trump says intense bombing will continue after calling for the overthrow of Iran's government. Joining us now, Fox Business' Edward Lawrence, live from our bureau in the nation's capital. Edward.
Yeah.
John, President Donald Trump basically saying that he had enough. Senior administration officials say the president offered even free uranium to power nuclear plants for life, but Iran would not agree to give up its enrichment program. They underestimated the president, thinking that they could get away with delay tactics and squeeze delay concessions out of the United States like they have in the past. Now Iran says that they will hit U.S. targets very hard. To that, President Trump posting after midnight on Truth Social, they better not do that, however, because if they do, we will hit them with a force that has never been seen before. Senior administration officials tell Fox Iran refused to address its ballistic missile program in the negotiations, also saying that Iranians intended to preemptively strike the U.S. and Israeli targets. The regime failed to address the issue of standing down its proxies. Senior administration officials say that it seemed to the president Iran negotiators were not seriously trying to achieve a real deal. Speaking at the United Nations Security Council, Ambassador Mike Walls says Iran must never have a nuclear weapon, and then got into it with the Iranian ambassador.
I have one word only. I advise to the representative of the United States to be polite. It will be better for yourself and the country you represented. Thank you.
Frankly, I'm not going to dignify this with another response, especially as this representative sits here in this body representing a regime that has killed tens of thousands of its own people and imprisoned many more simply for wanting freedom from your tyranny.
Though President Trump says that it's up to the Iranian people to take back their country. And it is time, he says, now for the IRGC and Iranian police to merge with Iranian patriots to get immunity or face death later. He also set expectations.
And I do not make this statement lightly. The Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war, but we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future.
So far, CENTCOM says there have been no reports of U.S. casualties. John?
It has been a remarkably effective attack in terms of the decapitation of the Iranian government. We understand that they have set up a 3-person ruling council that will take over, but so many of the top leadership of not only the civilian and theocratic side of the government, but also the military side, so many of them have been killed. The United States and Israel have to be feeling pretty good about what's been accomplished thus far, Edward.
Yeah, and that's the case. 40 or so top leaders in the IRGC and the Iranian government have all been killed in this action here. I think U.S. commanders are feeling pretty good. I think that the feeling from the White House is that they're feeling pretty good, but cautiously optimistic because they know at some point Iran is going to try and lash out. They've been trying to do it with their missiles that have been shot down, but they also have those proxies and cells in the United States maybe or around the globe that they can try and activate. So it's sort of cautious optimism is kind of what I'm feeling from folks that are in the administration.
All right. Edward, thanks very much. Yeah. We'll check in with you again. So the top leadership of Iran is gone. The question, will the people be able to rally and establish a government that actually serves them? More on the Iranian attacks just ahead.
The crisis inside Ukraine has reached a catastrophic level, with the elderly Jews pushed to the very limit.
Go inside. She's freezing cold. There's no electricity, no heat, no water. Winter is now a weapon of war, used against the elderly, the mothers, and the young children.
They've been lined up here for hours. These are precious people who are hungry. And they have nothing. If someone doesn't do something soon, a humanitarian disaster is coming. So many Jewish people who are just waiting for someone to care enough to pick up the phone.
Fears are growing that without an emergency, full-scale response, thousands will die this winter.
The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews needs your $25 gift now to help rush a winter survival food box of emergency food for elderly Jews and families in Ukraine. Today, there's a special opportunity to double your gift's impact, thanks to generous fellowship partners. Call now and your gift's impact will be doubled.
They felt the shaking of missiles. These are people who have already endured so much suffering and disaster, taking out power, taking out water, simple water to drink. We're talking about the difference between life or death. Christian, Jew, standing shoulder to shoulder, saying, we're here to heal, we're here to help.
Your gift of only $25 helps rush a winter survival food box filled with life-saving emergency food for elderly Jews and families in Ukraine. Thanks to a special matching challenge, if you call now, your gift's impact will be doubled. Time is critical. Please give now.
For pain in multiple spots like here, here, or here, Salonpas patches stick firmly and remove comfortably once your pain is gone. Salonpas. It's good medicine.
There's the measurement fee, delivery fee, restocking fee.
And installation.
That's not my department.
With Empire's Home Floor Advantage, we have clear, all-inclusive pricing.
800-588-2300 Today. This is Fresh Pet. Here, there are no fillers, no spray-on flavors, no compromises. Just vet-developed recipes packed with fresh meat and healthy veggies. Because real fresh food belongs in everybody's bowl.
Better ice from Tommy Kappa. Where you been all my life?
New from Tommy Copper, the Better Ice Cold Cap. Finally, an easy way to ice your head. Try it for headaches, migraines, stress, and hangovers. Amazingly flexible. The maximum cold you need for powerful relief. It can even help with hot flashes.
It's my go-to after a night out. My wife loves it for her migraines.
The Better Ice Cold Cap helps headaches go away. Make sure it's in your freezer when pain strikes. Go to TommyCopper.com now. Save 40% site-wide.
Muscle cramps were keeping me up at night, so then I tried SlowMag, the magnesium plus calcium supplement that helps relax tense muscles so I can rest comfortably. And SlowMag tablets have a slow-release formula that's gentle on my stomach. That's why I use SlowMag.
Welcome to the World Baseball Classic. Bryce Harper, Paul Skeens, Cal Raleigh, Aaron Judge.
Team USA takes on Brazil, only on Fox.
Best Friends Animal Society is working to ensure that every dog and cat has a safe place to call home. Visit bestfriends.org to adopt an out-of-this-world pet near you. Together, we will save them all.
There are fears of a broader escalation after President Trump and the Israelis launched strikes on Iran and took out Iran's top leadership. For more, let's bring in Eugene Kontorovich, the director of the Center for Middle East and International Law and Heritage Foundation Senior Fellow. He's also an assistant professor at George Mason School of Law. There are a lot of people throwing around terms like illegal attack, international law violation. How do you see it, Eugene?
That's ridiculous. There has rarely in the history of warfare been such a well-documented basis for America responding to what has been basically 48 years of Iranian attacks. Just a couple of years ago, the Revolutionary Guard tried to kill Mike Pompeo, the former Secretary of State and the National Security Advisor. President Trump said they've tried to assassinate him. They've launched attacks on U.S. bases throughout the region and have been basically terrorizing all the neighboring countries, not to mention America's major ally, Israel. So this is a case of self-defense. It's a defense. It's a question of defense of allies. So there's ample justification in international law and in long precedent of the president using force to defend Americans. Yeah. And that's what this is.
The Iranians also were responsible for developing those explosively formed penetrators that maimed and killed so many U.S. troops in Iraq and I think Afghanistan as well. I mean, thousands of our troops are maimed or dead because of the activities of the Iranians.
They hosted al-Qaeda. They support Hezbollah, which is a major source of drug smuggling into America from Latin America. And of course, they were involved in propping up Hamas, which attacked Israel on October 7th. And this is, of course, for Israel coming full circle. And it's kind of like in a video game. They get to the last screen, they're going after the main bad guy, the head bad guy, after going through Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Assad regime in Syria.
Why is it that, you know, some of the same players who are decrying the United States attack don't say anything when Iran launches missiles at civilian areas in Israel and now even some of its Arab neighbors?
Iran is acting like a truly crazy country. That is to say, it's lashing out, not against the countries that are attacking them, which would make sense, but against everyone in the area. That has really been their mode of operation. They are a chaos agent. They're trying to destabilize the region, so to put pressure on America to stop the war, attacking countries that have had nothing to do with it. Of course, they've just murdered 30,000 of their own citizens in just a couple of days. One of the greatest, per day massacres in modern times. So this regime, if it is allowed to continue, it will come for America again.
I think of how things have changed when you look at the images of Dresden in World War II, the firebombing of that city that just essentially leveled the whole place or left it a shell. Now we have these pinpoint weapons that are able to, take out the Ayatollah's compound without basically damaging the buildings next door. I mean, it's almost that precise. But you don't get that sense from the critics of this operation, who just think, it's bad. It's an attack, and it must therefore be bad.
Yeah, Iran is a major threat. America is responding with, along with Israel, with great precision, right? Literally targeting the head of the snake. President Trump has made clear that the people of Iran are not an enemy, but indeed we hope they would be an ally. And that's one reason we're not targeting more broadly, because we want the people of Iran to be able to come out into the streets eventually and take over from the Ayatollahs. So this is a very precise operation. Iran, on the other hand, is lashing out at civilian targets, random targets, whatever it can hit in Israel and around the Middle East. It really, the choice in targeting really shows you the different nature of the two parties here.
How confident are you that the Iranian people are going to ultimately prevail and be able to establish a government that serves their own needs?
I don't think we can be confident. I think we can take necessary measures to try to enable that. Ultimately, it's up to them. And I think President Trump has done something really fantastic here. He has found the middle ground between isolationism, which would prevent America from using its might abroad, which would make America like another second-rate power, and a kind of interventionism which tries to export democracy all over. America says, we're not going to try to set up a democracy for you. It's up to you if you can do it, but we'll try to create at least the conditions. So I think the key to this is to make sure that there's some sense that there's staying power to the American and Israeli pressure. If the Iranians think America only has a week of fighting in it, and then they're going to go home, they're going to hunker down and try to wait it out. It has to be made clear that there is no successful end game for the regime, and they have to leave.
Eugene Kontorovich, we appreciate your insights. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care.
You too. Iran's ballistic missile arsenal already puts U.S. forces and allied bases across the Middle East within striking distance. Just how far can they reach? Well, with more, Joe Bacino, former U.S. Army colonel. We have gone after, and the Israelis have gone after, the missile launching sites. That's been a key priority in these attacks, Joe. But clearly, they still have some firepower left. What kind of damage do you think they can still do?
Well, they can still hold all of the region at risk. They can strike all the Gulf states. They've been hitting the American bases there in Qatar, Saudi Arabia, in Oman, Jordan. And so they can hit all those sites, and they're continuing to do so. What you're not seeing is the very large volleys of strikes from the retaliatory strikes in June after we struck the nuclear sites. You're seeing smaller numbers of rockets and intercontinental ballistic missiles this time.
What does that tell you? Does it tell you that the leadership is so decapitated that they can't call for strikes, or they just don't have the hardware to launch anymore?
I think it's two things. I think that Israel has knocked down their stockpile so significantly. They knocked down Iran's stockpile so significantly over the last 2.5 years, and particularly last summer. First of all, and second of all, I think that it's hard even for the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and for the Iran's conventional military to know who is in charge in Tehran right now, who's still alive. You know, you just got to figure that the mullahs are all underground. Some of them are dead. Maybe many of them are dead. They're all afraid to use any kind of communication device. They probably don't know who is still alive within their own leadership circle. So it seems like, I imagine it's probably very directionless in terms of a response here, and combined with that, with the fact that the ballistic missile capability has been very severely degraded by Israel.
Talk about the intelligence factor here. The U.S. and Israel apparently have been planning these attacks for months, but when they saw the opportunity to take out the Ayatollah and much of his leadership yesterday, 24 hours ago or so, they struck. It is an amazing operation in terms of intelligence.
That part of it was remarkable, is getting to the Ayatollah and doing so that quickly, because that's such a major effort. It's the main effort. You know, the entire reason that the Basij, the secret police, and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps was formed was to protect the regime and preserve the Ayatollah. And so there's many plans to protect him, to harden him, to put him under bunkers and hardened sites. The fact that he was killed so early in this was just remarkable, very impressive. And so, you know, we've got signal intercepts over Iran. We've got intelligence in low Earth orbit that we're collecting, and all that came into the intelligence picture. And I imagine that the Trump administration felt very confident that they could get to the Ayatollah very quickly.
Does it surprise you that the Iranians finally admitted that the Ayatollah is dead? I mean, what's the advantage to them in saying that their supreme leader has been taken out?
I was surprised because I didn't think they needed to. Now I imagine that there is a immediate succession plan. You know, the Ayatollah, he was 86. He was always sick the last couple of years, so they had to have somebody ready to go. And I imagine that will be announced probably tomorrow or the next day. So there's kind of an immediate succession plan, and perhaps that's what they wanted to get out in front of. I think the longer-term succession, you know, there's a very elaborate and belabored process for the mullahs to identify a longer-term secession and a longer-term Ayatollah. I don't know how they're going to do that. It's an 88 council, they call it an assembly of experts, that comes together, forms an interim government, and then selects a replacement. I can't imagine they're going to be able to do that. You know, first of all, they've only done it once in their history, in 1989. And that was not under a war. You know, this is not like something they do every 4 years. And so they're just not going to be able to gather or communicate with one another to do that. So what comes next in terms of leadership is what I'll be watching for.
Yeah. So much of the government changed there relatively quickly in 1979 when they overthrew the Shah. Do you think the same thing can happen in reverse this time?
Not really. Not really. I think what the protest movement is up against is a million-man army. The protesters are unarmed. They're fighting police and the Basij Corps that is trained to violently put down protests. They've done it many times. Unless we have drones loitering over these cities to defend the protesters or support the protesters, I wish everybody that the best over there. I just think it's going to be very hard to do. And that's going to be the last remnant. That's going to be the last holdout of the regime. Once that piece goes, if that piece ever goes, the regime will fall. Now, one thing, I just want to say one thing, John, is that one piece is if you see a split between the conventional military and the IRGC, where the conventional military maybe puts down their weapons and joins the protest movement, that could be a greater fissure, where the protesters can overcome the government and overthrow the government. Maybe something like that we'll see. But this is going to be played out in months, not weeks and days.
Joe Bacino, former retired U.S. Army colonel, I should say. Joe, thank you.
Thanks so much, John. Thank you.
So big developments in Iran. The leadership has been decapitated. Many of the military leaders, as well as the Ayatollah himself, are gone. But what comes next? More on Fox. Straight ahead.
Hello, welcome to T-Town. Like men over 40 everywhere. These guys experience a drop in testosterone. Don't worry, it happens to all of us. Some guys took my advice about how to boost their testosterone, and some didn't. This guy got the message loud and clear.
That's right, Nugenix Total T2.
From the #1 selling testosterone brand at GNC and Walmart. Nugenix Total T2, packed with even more man-boosting power. It's the next generation testosterone booster that sends nitric oxide levels skyrocketing in just 3 hours. Feel leaner, stronger, and ready for anything with more energy and drive. Get your complimentary bottle by texting BOOST to 321-321.
Thanks. It'll make you feel like a new man. And by the way, she'll like it too.
You can only try before you buy with this special offer. Get your complimentary bottle now. Text BOOST to 321-321. Do it now and we'll include a bottle of new Nugenix Neurozone Brain Supplement absolutely free. Tired of wasting your money on products that just don't work? That's why new Nugenix Total T2 lets you try before you buy. Just text to claim your complimentary sample. Nugenix Total T2. It's the next generation testosterone booster that sends nitric oxide levels skyrocketing in just 3 hours. Feel leaner, stronger, and ready for anything with more energy and drive. Prove it to yourself. Text BOOST to 321-321. Do it now and we'll include a bottle of new Nugenix Neurozone Brain Supplement absolutely free.
These bills are crazy.
She has no idea she's sitting on a gold mine.
Well, she doesn't know that if she owns a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, she can sell all or part of it to Coventry for cash, even a term policy.
Even a term policy?
Even a term policy!
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 800-496-9200 or visit coventrydirect.com.
Operation Epic Fury, inside the strikes that killed the Ayatollah and what's next for the region. Harris is breaking it down on a special Faulkner Focus.
Javi finally turned my bad coffee habit healthy. This is my secret weapon. Most protein drinks are super chalky, but this one is so smooth, creamy, and delicious. I love it. Most iced coffees have more sugar than a slice of cake and zero benefit. Swap it and fuel your health instead. 20 grams of protein and 2 scoops, done. 0 grams of sugar, nada. Dessert-inspired flavors,
Just a few simple ingredients with powerful benefits. And yes, you can pronounce all of them.
Try Javi today. Text SLAP to 71319 to order now.
This tastes like your favorite iced coffee, but fuels your day like a protein shake. And the flavor is amazing, without any sugar or artificial sweeteners.
Protein is so easy when it's coffee. I don't like protein drinks, but this one got me. With this TV exclusive offer, you can save up to 58%, plus 3 free gifts and free shipping with your first order. Don't miss this exclusive TV offer. Text SLAP to 71319 to order now. Do not miss this limited time offer. Try Javi now.
The FBI calls it house stealing, the latest scam where a cyber thief transfers the title of your home out of your name and steals your hard-earned equity.
it's roughly 60 to 90 days for that person to even figure out that they're the victim of this crime. You start getting foreclosure notices, and you realize you've got 4 mortgages on your house that you didn't even know existed.
Unfortunately, it's on you to protect yourself. You might already be a victim. Check your title status now at HomeTitleLock.com.
The FBI is raising a nationwide alert after the joint U.S.-Israel strike. Should there be concern about attacks here in the U.S.? Joining us now, Jason Pack, former FBI special agent. Jason, thanks for being with us. The FBI, I know, is on high alert right now and even monitoring suspects or people that they have concerns about. What are the chances that there will be some kind of blowback here in this country from Iranian sleeper cells?
Good morning, John. I think the realistic possibility is that it's possible. So that's why the FBI and the U.S. intelligence community in general has began to do this 24/7 watch. And the good news is, John, is this just didn't start last night. The FBI, the U.S. intelligence community have agents that work these type of investigations throughout the whole year. So when something like this is planned, they'll begin to take a second look at maybe some old cases. They'll look at people who are in the U.S. Who may have ties back to Iran, and they'll make sure to start taking a closer look at these folks.
It isn't just the Iranians. I mean, there are, it's proxy groups, Hezbollah, Hamas, others that have caused trouble in the Middle East. Do they have agents here as well?
Yeah, that's a great point, too. There are FBI counterterrorism agents in each of the FBI's 56 field offices, and they specialize in these types of investigations, whether it's Hamas or Hezbollah or any other type of affiliated kind of groups. They'll have people who have intelligence into those groups. They'll have people who may be here that they've looked at through financial means, through human intelligence, through signals intelligence, all those types of things. But, John, really the person that concerns U.S. intelligence the most isn't somebody sitting in Tehran or in some other foreign country. There are the people that are in this country that may see this as a signal to attack. Have they been waiting on this thing to happen, and were that their orders? And so that's really the question that keeps U.S. intelligence community up at night.
Yeah, this all comes at a time when, because of the, arguing in Washington, the Department of Homeland Security is partially shut down. What concerns do you have about that at this time?
Well, the professionals at the Department of Homeland Security and the other agencies will work through this and worry about getting paid later. Their primary job is to protect the United States and its partners. So I know that the DHS has been providing intelligence briefs to state Homeland Security offices, and they're sharing intelligence between the FBI and the other U.S. Intelligence community. So, is it an issue? Yeah, sure, but they're going to do what they got to do to keep Americans safe and worry about getting paid later.
Yeah. And it's routine at a time when the U.S. military is undertaking strikes like these for the FBI and other agencies to go into high gear.
Absolutely. I was on an intelligence squad myself, and when we had these skirmishes, you would go find people who may have relatives back there or who may have businesses or friends. And, John, what a person can tell you that signals intelligence and pictures can't is what's really going on down there. We see in the era of deep fakes and all these other types of misinformation maybe coming out of state-run media, they'll be able to reach back and talk to people who are actually there, see what's going on, get what they call the ground truth. And that picture will help guide future actions by the U.S. intelligence and military communities.
Jason Pack, thank you.
Thanks, John.
Jonathan Hunt is next with our continuing coverage here on Fox.
Dog grooming genius here. No, over here. And I live for operational excellence. Cute makeovers? I see a shop in sync. Thanks to Genius. Scheduling personalized. Checkouts flawless. Real-time reviews for the win. From game day crowds worldwide to running this shop. Perfectly executed. Big league reliability for any business. That's Genius.
Here's an amazing fact.
70 million Americans lie awake every night, their health deteriorating with every sleepless hour. This is a nationwide health crisis. Sleep is the foundation of our lives. Without it, energy, focus, mood plummet. Your quality of life can be stolen. That's why I don't just recommend Relaxium Sleep. I depend on it. Relaxium Sleep is America's #1 doctor-developed sleep solution, changing lives across the nation, including mine.
As a clinical neurologist, I know how essential sleep is for building and nourishing both your mental and physical health. After years of research, I developed Relaxium Sleep to help my patients fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and wake up refreshed.
My good friend Mike Huckabee insisted I try Relaxium Sleep, and now I'm a believer, and you will be too. What makes Relaxium Sleep different? Well, it was created by a leading clinical neurologist, made in the USA. Take it nightly, it works. Since starting Relaxium, I fall asleep faster, sleep longer, wake up refreshed.
I'm so incredibly thankful that for nearly 2 decades now, Relaxium Sleep has been changing millions of lives. If you're experiencing sleepless nights or tossing and turning, you need to try Relaxium Sleep now and improve your quality of life.
So why are you still suffering? Pick up the phone. You have nothing to lose except another sleepless night. Folks, it's time to make America sleep again. So please call now. Claim your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep. Your whole new life, just a phone call away.
Bill O'Reilly is so confident that Relaxium Sleep will work for you, he's asked us to give away 1,000 bottles today. Get your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep now. Visit TryRelaxium.com or call 800-251-1717. That's TryRelaxium.com or call 800-251-1717.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, or if a loved one was killed in a crash involving a deployed airbag, please contact us today.
Call 800-756-9090. Call now.
When you're selling your home, there's one thing that'll get it sold fast and at the highest price.
Ready? Find the best real estate agent to sell it. Simple. But how do you find the best agent? Ready.com. On Ready, the best agents compete for your business. And get this, they pay you just for the opportunity to sell your home. Yeah, they put up their money to be your agent. $2,000? $10,000? Find out. Go to Ready.com or call 888-551-REDY.
It is March 1st. It is a historic day in the Middle East and well beyond. Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, is dead, killed in a stunning joint U.S.-Israeli operation. His death confirmed by Iranian state media. The Ayatollah was one of dozens of leaders eliminated in one of the very first airstrikes during what the U.S. is calling Operation Epic Fury. Hello, I'm Jonathan Hunt, live in Los Angeles, where it's midnight. It's 11:30 a.m. Sunday in Tehran, where loud explosions have been heard again in just the last few hours. Now, the joint U.S. and Israeli mission unleashed and apparently continues to unleash a huge aerial assault on Iran just hours after President Trump voiced his disappointment over U.S.-Iranian nuclear talks.
We warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland.
Just a few hours ago, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard issued a warning about imminent retaliation, saying its most intense offensive operation is coming. Earlier, retaliatory strikes by Iranian forces killed at least one person in Israel, and missiles and drones were also launched towards U.S. military installations, hotels, and commercial airports in places like Bahrain, Kuwait, and Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates. Now for the latest on what President Trump says is an ongoing assault on Iran's leadership and its military infrastructure, Fox News correspondent Stephanie Bennett joins us from London. Good morning to you, Stephanie.
Good morning, Jonathan. A lot to dive into this morning as well. This all started just over 24 hours ago, and at the moment it's still unsure who is ruling Iran. Now, Iran state media says 86-year-old Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was killed in his office early Saturday. Some of his immediate family members were also killed. 40 days of public mourning will now be observed, and a council of clerics is expected to appoint a successor as soon as possible. More than 40 other senior Iranian officials were also killed, including the defense minister. This morning, sirens rang out over Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. President Donald Trump said the joint airstrikes with Israel aimed to end a decades-long threat from Iran and ensure it could not develop a nuclear weapon. The strikes targeted Iranian military and government sites, and this operation is likely to continue for as long as necessary, Trump says. In response, Iran launched attacks throughout the Middle East on U.S. allies and where the U.S. has military bases. U.S. Central Command says no U.S. service members have been injured, but damage has been reported in Tel Aviv, and explosions could be heard in the skies over Dubai this morning. Many airports in the region remain closed. In his latest Truth Social post, President Donald Trump wrote, quote, "Iran just stated that they are going to hit very hard today, harder than they have ever hit before. They better not do that, however, because if they do, we will hit them with a force that has never been seen before." People in Tehran are both celebrating and protesting the attacks. President Trump said Iran's supreme leader was, quote, "one of the most evil people in history," and that his death marked the single greatest chance for the Iranian people to take back their country.
A sponsor of terror, and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon.
World leaders have mixed reactions. Canada and Ukraine supporting the U.S. actions. President Zelensky accuses, of course, Iran of supplying weapons and technology to Russia, while Moscow and China condemned the strikes. Here in the UK, the Prime Minister released a joint statement with the leaders of France and Germany, saying Iran must refrain from strikes.
We want to see peace and security and the protection of civilian life. Iran can end this now. They should refrain from further strikes, give up their weapons programs, and cease the appalling violence and repression.
While Moscow and China condemned the strikes, here in the UK, the Prime Minister released a joint statement with the leaders of France and Germany, saying Iran must refrain from strikes.
We want to see peace and security and the protection of civilian life. Iran can end this now. They should refrain from further strikes, give up their weapons programs, and cease the appalling violence and repression.
problem, that there's a new day. The evidence is just there very quickly.
Yeah.
This is a new world, even though it's not over. The fact that the Ayatollah and his team of evildoers are no longer there, many are behind them, but it changes
Have a great trip.
Do you think they'll be okay?
Nothing's gonna happen. And if it did, your parents will take care of the kids.
Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Something you can sign and make official. Get started at trustandwill.com and make it count.
Trust and Will.
I was in search of freedom. Sarah was in search of faith. Our lives were to become one. I am too old to bear a baby. I want you to have a child on my behalf. She was the first of the great matriarchs. Surely nothing is impossible for God.
The Faithful begins March 22nd on Fox.
So what's it like being a doctor report when?
This town is ridiculous.
Best Medicine is the most charming show of the new year, and you can watch it anytime.
You're starting to like it here.
Release me, please.
Best Medicine is all new Tuesdays on Fox, or watch anytime.
It's time to add some extra steps to your day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact. It's the easiest exercise you will ever do.
Ellipse fits perfectly under my desk, and it is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs, increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance. Plus, stimulate healthy circulation.
Yes, I actually won!
See this? It just arrived from Deal Dash, a Nintendo Switch 2.
Look what I just won. I love Deal Dash.
With millions of auctions, you too can start winning, like this.
I got this amazing Japanese knife set for just 75 cents.
I got this KitchenAid stand mixer for only $56.
And today, new users get a $50 bonus credit. Go to DealDash.com right now for huge savings
and free shipping from our U.S. warehouses.
We told you at the top of the hour that explosions were being heard once again this morning in Tehran. We now have confirmation from the Israeli military that they are carrying out what they call a broad wave of strikes in Tehran. We don't know what the exact targets are. I've been led to believe from sources that the targets now will mainly be military and infrastructure targets, given that the leadership has already been decapitated. But we are obviously waiting for confirmation of what these targets are. It seems to stand to reason, though, that they would be largely military targets, as the US and Israel would try to cripple the Iranian military, and in particular the Revolutionary Guard, so that if and when the people of Iran take to the streets, there is far less of a possibility of the kind of brutal crackdown we saw recently when, by President Trump's word, 32,000 protesters were killed. In the meantime, as the US and Israel continue these attacks on Iran, and Iran hits back, of course, some are wondering if Tehran will respond with more than just drones and missiles, and perhaps take to cyber attacks. Let's ask Cynthia Kaiser now. She's former Deputy Director of the FBI Cyber Division. Thank you for being here, Cynthia. I wonder what kind of capability Iran really has. I mean, clearly we've degraded the military capability. Does it have extensive cyber capability left, do you believe?
It does. It's one of the most malicious cyber actors that we have across the world.
That's interesting. And how have they been able to keep that kind of capability? Is that because, and excuse my ignorance in the world of technology here, but do you just basically need a couple of terminals somewhere in someone's basement to launch those kind of cyber attacks?
What you really need is experience. And Iran has been conducting these types of operations for years, including destructive operations against the United States.
So what sort of form could any cyber attack that the Iranians, decide to carry out, what form would it take? What, in a U.S. sense, is most vulnerable?
The form that an Iranian cyber attack would take would include destructive type attacks. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean something very big, but it can mean that an attack is a website that's not available, a website that is defaced, right? It's changed, but it can go as much as what they did in Albania in 2022, where they had hid behind a fictitious cyber criminal group and then conducted a destructive ransomware, data wiping attack against almost all of their government services, pretty much bringing government services to a halt.
How well protected in the cyber sense are our forces in the region now, Cynthia? Do we have pretty much an invulnerable force there in terms of cyber attacks, or do the Iranians have the ability to at least try to interfere with communications or the kind of reliability that force has on tech?
So the Iranians can try, and they may get into certain parts of a network or some of our military communications. But what you have to think about a network is it's made up of a center that's really highly protected, and then you go out further and further as you go to the internet. So some of that, internet facing, how we might be very loosely communicating with each other, it can be a little bit more vulnerable, but the core mission, the core work that we do is protected.
Cynthia Kaiser, so fascinating to talk to you about this. Thank you so much for sharing your expertise with us this evening, or this morning. Thank you, Cynthia.
Thank you.
All right, we will be back with a lot more. Just to give you a quick update on the situation in Karachi, Pakistan, where we told you the U.S. consulate was attacked. We now understand that 9 people have been killed. We believe they are all protesters. As that situation, as you look live there, continues to unfold. Protests, anti-American protests, breaking out in the wake of the killing of Iran's supreme leader. We'll be right back.
This is keratin debris, where nail fungus grows. Nonix nail gel cleans out fungus by removing keratin debris. Using Nonix, 90% of nails improve. Get clinically proven results. So effective, it's money-back guaranteed.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, or if a loved one was killed in a crash involving a deployed airbag, please contact us today.
Call 800-756-9090. Call now.
Here's an amazing fact. 70 million Americans lie awake every night, their health deteriorating with every sleepless hour. This is a nationwide health crisis. Sleep is the foundation of our lives. Without it, energy, focus, mood plummet. Your quality of life can be stolen. That's why I don't just recommend Relaxium Sleep. I depend on it. Relaxium Sleep is America's #1 doctor-developed sleep solution, changing lives across the nation, including mine.
As a clinical neurologist, I know how essential sleep is for building and nourishing both your mental and physical health. After years of research, I developed Relaxium Sleep to help my patients fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and wake up refreshed.
My good friend Mike Huckabee insisted I try Relaxium Sleep, and now I'm a believer, and you will be too. What makes Relaxium Sleep different? Well, it was created by a leading clinical neurologist, made in the USA. Take it nightly, it works. Since starting Relaxium, I fall asleep faster, sleep longer, wake up refreshed.
I'm so incredibly thankful that for nearly 2 decades now, Relaxium Sleep has been changing millions of lives. If you're experiencing sleepless nights or tossing and turning, you need to try Relaxium Sleep now and improve your quality of life.
So why are you still suffering? Pick up the phone. You have nothing to lose except another sleepless night. Folks, it's time to make America sleep again. So please call now. Claim your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep. Your whole new life, just a phone call away.
Bill O'Reilly is so confident that Relaxium Sleep will work for you, he's asked us to give away 1,000 bottles today. Get your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep now. Visit TryRelaxium.com or call 800-251-1717. That's TryRelaxium.com or call 800-251-1717.
Posture matters, and Tommy Copper has the bra for you. Relieve neck and shoulder pain, improve your posture. Look and feel your best every day with back support built right into your bra. The best-selling shoulder support bra from Tommy Copper is the upgrade you need. Comfortable, supportive, designed to help you carry confident posture when it matters most.
Why would I wear any other bra?
Go to TommyCopper.com and save 40%. Upgrade your bra today.
When you're selling your home, there's one thing that'll get it sold fast and at the highest price.
Ready? Find the best real estate agent to sell it. Simple, but how do you find the best agent? Ready.com. On Ready, the best agents compete for your business. And get this, they pay you just for the opportunity to sell your home. Yeah, they put up their money to be your agent. $2,000? $10,000? Find out. Go to Ready.com or call 888-551-REDY.
The decision to extract them is up to you.
You're playing a totally different game than we're playing in the wilderness.
If you all want to hate me, that's fine.
I should have applied for the floor. Rob Lowe wouldn't do this to people.
Extracted, all new Mondays on Fox and watch anytime on Hulu.
Massive explosions being heard again right now in Tehran as the Israeli military strikes targets belonging, of course, to the Iranian regime in the heart of Iran's capital. Now back to our panel. Fox News contributor Kyron Skinner, Foreign Desk Editor-in-Chief Lisa Daftari, and Israeli Special Ops veteran Aaron Cohen. As we look at what's unfolding here, Lisa, we obviously want to look forward as well as back to what has happened over the past 24 hours. And you break it, you bought it, in a sense. So what have we bought here? Have we bought simply another hardliner? And I believe the Ayatollah, before he died, after the strikes last June, named 3 people he was interested in succeeding him, all of them hardline, as you would expect. And then on the flip side of that, you have the son of the last Shah of Iran, Reza Pahlavi. Can he unite the country? Because he's got a lot of baggage. There were reasons there was a revolution in 1979.
Right. So we have to listen to the people of Iran. And if we're watching the protests, we're watching the slogans, we're watching the signs that they're carrying, they're asking for the Shah of Iran, who is Reza Pahlavi, as you said, who lives in the United States and has been outside of the country for 47 years, to come back to the country. He himself considers himself a transitional leader, meaning he does not want to power grab. He wants there to be free elections. He wants the people of Iran to determine their destiny. With regard to baggage, the people of Iran are drunk on this faux nostalgia. And I say faux nostalgia because 2/3 of the population were born after the revolution. People like myself who grew up on our parents' stories of the wonderful time that they lived in Iran, especially in the 70s, the music they listened to, the fashion, the freedom, the fact that the women were...
The freedom being the big word.
Right, the freedom. And, you know, it's all relative. If you compare it to the time, of course, there was a revolution. Many people believe that the scale of this revolution can't even be compared to that one, that this one is so much larger in scale. There is much unity, rallying around Reza Pahlavi, rallying around the concept of regime change and not reform. So the only thing we do know is the day after, if there is regime change, it's not going to come from this regime. It will come from something that brings the people secularism, it brings them democracy and a way forward. That
Aaron, do you see Israel and the U.S. having a major role in fomenting whatever comes next now, or have they played their role in fomenting what comes next?
It's a good question. I think that the the operational preparation has been going on for months. I think this target package with the Ayatollah and the 40 leaders has been on the table for a decade. There's no question that Israeli intelligence, in conjunction with President Trump, who understands that you cannot have a nuclear Iran ever, regardless of what happens with the next Pahlavi, the next whoever it is that moves into this position. I believe that there are serious mechanisms that are in place. I think that, again, targeting the leadership of the IRGC, while it paralyzes the senior decision-making, the real decisions on the ground, which will affect whether or not Pahlavi can slip in or someone else, is going to be overseen by the mid-level leaders of the police and the military and the IRGC, thousands of them. And the cost for them has to be too high for them to try and step into that power vacuum. And that's why the next 72 hours is that critical window.
We'll see if they all...
We'll see if they line up. We'll see if they spread out. We'll see. And again...
If they, like the Iraqis did, if they take off the uniforms and disappear into the population.
And it could very well happen. And so these targeting packages or targeting these assets is very, very robust, Jonathan. Do they have family abroad? What do they have to lose? These are things that the intelligence apparatus is looking at. But again, I'm with her. I think the Iranian people are going to make the choice. But I think Israel's mapping that very closely with the president.
Kyron, with what we've seen with President Trump do in terms of Venezuela, what we've now seen him do in terms of Iran, do we have the emergence of some sort of Trump doctrine, as you might call it, here? And if so, what is the Trump doctrine?
That's a big question, and it's been a busy 2026 so far on the foreign policy front. And think of 2025. He said, I ended 8 wars or 10 wars. I think he's got a long way to go with more. I do think there's a Trump doctrine, and it's different than everything that our partners and allies and our frenemies have thought. Many have said Trump's retreating. That's what the Europeans have said. There's a retreat in the United States, retreating from NATO, retreating from responsibilities. Who did this? The U.S. and Israel. The Europeans did not lead this effort. They participated in the ways that they could. But in this year alone, we're seeing a United States that is asserting its role in the world when American interests are at stake. And when you listen to that 8-minute talk that Trump gave, telling the world what we were doing, his first statement was about American interest at stake. That's what I think is actually happening, a Trump doctrine where the U.S. will play a role in the world. It will use kinetic activity, not for the sake of it, but for American interests to protect the West more broadly.
And I think a lot of people have said, and some of his critics, even within his own party, have said, America first. What are you doing with these foreign wars? But America first means also protecting American interests abroad. We've got to take a quick break. Thanks to the panel. You're with us for the whole of the next 2 hours. We'll be back with a lot more coverage of the historic events in the Middle East.
Hey, buddy. Morning. I'm a stickler for good dental care. Me too. Ooh, looking sharp today. But even if we take care of our teeth, we can still get... No, please don't say it. A big dental bill. That's why dental insurance from Physicians Mutual Insurance Company is important. Now, this isn't a discount plan or preventive-only coverage. It helps pay for over 400 procedures, like cleanings, fillings, crowns, bridges, root canals, even dentures. That's a lot. It's easy to find out more. Just call or go online now to get your free information kit with all the details. This dental insurance helps you pay for routine care and expensive major procedures, all with no deductibles and no annual maximums. You can even keep your dentist. Why pay more for dental care? Get your free info kit and start saving today. Call or visit physiciansmutualdental.com. Physicians Mutual, Physicians Mutual.
Introducing Purple, the only mattress with the GelFlex grid, designed to relieve pressure and reduce pain, so you can end and start your day feeling refreshed. From quiet mornings to meaningful moments together. Because the right bed doesn't just improve your night, it improves your day. Save up to $500 on a Purple mattress during the President's Day sale. Purple. Less pain, better sleep.
Hello, welcome to T-Town. Like men over 40 everywhere. These guys experience a drop in testosterone. Don't worry, it happens to all of us. Some guys took my advice about how to boost their testosterone, and some didn't. This guy got the message loud and clear.
That's right, Nugenix Total T2.
From the #1 selling testosterone brand at GNC and Walmart. Nugenix Total T2, packed with even more man-boosting power. It's the next generation testosterone booster that sends nitric oxide levels skyrocketing in just 3 hours. Feel leaner, stronger, and ready for anything with more energy and drive. Get your complimentary bottle by texting BOOST to 321-321.
Thanks. It'll make you feel like a new man. And by the way, she'll like it too.
You can only try before you buy with this special offer. Get your complimentary bottle now. Text BOOST to 321-321. Do it now and we'll include a bottle of new Nugenix Neurozone Brain Supplement absolutely free. Tired of wasting your money on products that just don't work? That's why new Nugenix Total T2 lets you try before you buy. Just text to claim your complimentary sample. Nugenix Total T2. It's the next generation testosterone booster that sends nitric oxide levels skyrocketing in just 3 hours. Feel leaner, stronger, and ready for anything with more energy and drive. Prove it to yourself. Text BOOST to 321-321. Do it now and we'll include a bottle of new Nugenix Neurozone Brain Supplement absolutely free.
This one goes better with the walls.
This is so much easier than the home improvement store.
There's the measurement fee, delivery fee, restocking fee.
And installation.
Oh, no. That's not my department.
With Empire's Home Floor Advantage, we have clear, all-inclusive pricing. No surprises. And installation is on your schedule.
Call or visit EmpireToday.com and get the Home Floor Advantage.
800-588-2300 Today.
When we needed our picture window installed, we used Angie and found a contractor who was so invested in the whole project, he looked after it like it was his own.
So when we needed someone to look after our own, all 8 of them, in case something happened to us, we knew who we could trust.
Sign here and here.
What is this?
It's a will.
Yeah.
You smell like celery.
Connecting homeowners with skilled pros for over 30 years. Angie, the one you trust to find the ones you trust.
President Trump says Iran's IRGC and security forces should lay down their arms and seek immunity following the supreme leader Ayatollah Khamenei's death. President Trump, Israel and Iran all confirming the Ayatollah was killed in the initial strikes on Tehran Saturday morning. Israel is also reporting around 40 Iranian leaders were killed in total, and up to 10 of those were apparently high-ranking officials. So for more on what happens now during what is very obviously a leadership vacuum, we bring in Iranian-American national security analyst and CEO of Helmet to Heal, Suzanne Kiyompor. Suzanne, thank you so much for being here. What do you think does happen? We know that the Iranian president is now nominally at least in charge. I would imagine he knows very well he has a target on his back. So how do you see this playing out? When do you see, if indeed you do see at all, the Iranian people pouring into the streets to try to overthrow the regime themselves?
I think the next 48 hours are indeed crucial, precisely because this is the moment where the people would need to rise up and do the regime change that Donald Trump says that in his speech he said that he is paving the way towards. Now, people often ask, who is the future of Iran? The future of Iran is in Evin prison. I'm the executive producer of an animated short documentary called That Night, which is the story of a woman activist who was imprisoned during the Women Life Freedom Uprising of 2022 and survived the prison fire in October 2022. And she recounts her time in prison and who she's surrounded with. So what likely needs to happen now is the gates of Evin prison need to be stormed by the people of Iran. Of course, that requires organization. There is a blackout in the country. But that being said, this is a country that had a revolution in 1979. It was the people who overthrew the Shah. And so we've seen them do it before.
So do you think that there is a real potential there then for a leader who can unite the country?
Yes, like I said, there's a large opposition group, not a group necessarily, but there are a number of opposition leaders to the point where the regime keeps throwing them in prison. One of the latest has been Narges Mohammadi, who is a Nobel laureate. She's also been a supporter of our film. She was thrown in prison and sentenced to 7 years just a couple of weeks ago. And that's just one person. Of course, there is the diaspora outside of the country. They have been calling for Javid Shah, the return of the overthrown Shah's son, the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, who is here in Washington, D.C. And so there's a number of situations that we could see, but that obviously requires people pouring into the streets and really taking over. Of course, that also means they're risking clashes with security forces again. So, and there's bombings happening, but there doesn't seem to be coordination. So we are in this very kind of dangerous moment where, like Donald Trump said, he said that this is a once in a generation opportunity to take back your country. And he is right about that.
Suzanne, do you think that the country will need to be ruled by one person with a very strong hold over that country and over the political infrastructure? Or can it move relatively quickly, in your view, to something more like a real functioning democracy?
Well, the people want democracy. They've been craving for democracy. The last time we saw the scale of people pouring into the streets was 2009 for the Green Revolution, where people were protesting what they thought was a rigged election when Ahmadinejad was elected a hardliner. Yeah. So they want a democracy, and they will get a democracy. But obviously, there needs to be a kind of transition period between the Islamic Republic and the democracy that they so crave.
All right, Suzanne, it's absolutely great to talk to you, and we commend all our viewers to go watch your documentary that night. Suzanne Kianpo, thank you so much. And we'll be back with a lot more of our ongoing coverage of the situation in Iran and beyond.
The crisis inside Ukraine has reached a catastrophic level, with the elderly Jews pushed to the very limit.
Go inside. She's freezing cold. There's no electricity, no heat, no water. Winter is now a weapon of war, used against the elderly, the mothers, and the young children.
They've been lined up here for hours. These are precious people who are hungry. They have nothing. If someone doesn't do something soon, a humanitarian disaster is coming. So many Jewish people who are just waiting for someone to care enough to pick up the phone.
Fears are growing that without an emergency, full-scale response, thousands will die this winter.
The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews needs your $25 gift now to help rush a winter survival food box of emergency food for elderly Jews and families in Ukraine. Today, there's a special opportunity to double your gift's impact, thanks to generous fellowship partners. Call now and your gift's impact will be doubled.
They've felt the shaking of missiles. These are people who have already endured so much suffering and disaster, taking out power, taking out water, simple water to drink. We're talking about the difference between life or death. Christian, Jew, standing shoulder to shoulder, saying, we're here to heal, we're here to help.
Your gift of only $25 helps rush a winter survival food box filled with life-saving emergency food for elderly Jews and families in Ukraine. Thanks to a special matching challenge, if you call now, your gift's impact will be doubled. Time is critical. Please give now.
Operation Epic Fury, inside the strikes that killed the Ayatollah, and what's next for the region. Harris is breaking it down on a special Faulkner Focus.
It's 2026, and you're still drinking those iced coffees. Most have more sugar than a slice of cake and zero benefits. Swap it and fuel your health instead. This is Javi Protein Coffee, the coffee that actually works for you. Creamy protein, MCTs for metabolism and improved focus, prebiotics to support gut health, 0 grams of added sugar, no crash. Sweetened with OnoSweet, a great alternative to artificial sweetener. Good for you, just got so good. It tastes like your favorite iced coffee, but fuels your day like a protein shake. Don't wait. Text TASTE to 71319 and order now. Easily hit your goals with Javi just by drinking your morning coffee.
Now I have a delicious coffee that actually does something for me. It makes me feel full, it makes me feel focused.
Over 5 million coffees already made. Yours can be next. Feel good, look good with Javi Protein Coffee. Try Javi now and save up to 58% plus 3 free gifts and free shipping with your first order. Text TASTE to 71319 and order now. Do not miss this offer.
The system is outdated and archaic and vulnerable to title fraud, a growing scam the FBI now calls house stealing. Scammers can now easily download and forge one document, apply one fake notary stamp, and then file it with the recorder. Just like that, the property has been taken out of your name. Then they borrow against your home using your equity.
Find out if you're already a victim. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now.
During that initial wave of strikes on Iran Saturday morning, the U.S. military, for the very first time, used low-cost, one-way kamikaze drones in combat. These so-called Lucas drones provide a new and relatively inexpensive tool in modern warfare. Joining us now to break this down is Robert Harwood. He served on President George H.W. Bush's National Security Council. Robert, great to have you here, and thanks for joining us with your expertise. So these drones, this is very much a new development for those of us who just watch the way these things happen. I assume it's been in development for some time, though.
Well, I think it's been more than just development, Jonathan. It's been in use. Look at what Ukraine did. You know, they were able to balance the playing field against a much larger, much more heavily resourced entities by the use of small tactical drones. And so in this case, we're taking drones again and making them kinetic, one way, and very cost effective. And I think you can see where this is going. You'd almost have to be a blind man not, but we're developing drones now with jet engines that have ranges of 3,000 miles that don't involve having a man in the loop, and that will change everything. Think of the deployment alone, how much time it took to move hundreds of aircraft on aircraft carriers.
Yeah.
If we can fly hundreds, if not thousands of drones overnight, thousands of miles where they vertically land and vertically take out, and we just refuel them, it's going to change the battlefield. So this is indicative of where we're going with drone warfare.
So, and what kind of impact do the drones have on the ground? Are we talking about one of these drones at the moment being able to take out, for instance, a one-story building, a home kind of size building, or can they do a lot more damage than that, Robert?
Well, it's all dependent. What drives the equation is range and payload. And that's the thing. What do you put on these? Is it a gas-powered engine? Is it an electric engine? You know, you need capacity. So that's the only thing that limits the warhead size. And I think, as I just said, we're developing jet-powered drones that will carry hundreds of pounds. So in that case, you could take out buildings, you could take out infrastructure. It's going to change the nature of warfare, and you're seeing it play out in Iran right now. And more specifically, what it means for our adversaries such as China. If we can deploy hundreds of drones overnight from the United States that have jet engines that, okay, you need them tomorrow, they're going to take off tonight while we're sleeping, and they're going to land in Hawaii, Japan, Okinawa, all those locations overnight. And this would have been the perfect testament for that sort of capabilities. But you're seeing the first steps of that in this very tactical and operational level of war and drones.
And Robert, briefly, if I can, I think you're absolutely right. It is changing the face of war. But can I just tap into your National Security Council experience? What are your thoughts on the way that the U.S. and Israel have cooperated on this? And last June, of course, it seems an extraordinary level of cooperation in terms of military action and intelligence sharing that we've seen over the last 9 months or so.
Unprecedented in every way, and just reinforces the value of partnerships and how, because not only does it bring that intelligence and planning, which we've been doing for years, but now operational execution. It gives you more capacity, more scale. When I invaded Afghanistan in 2001, I had the Germans, we had the Australians, we had the Brits, we had the Norwegians, we had the Danes. They were with us. So that gave us such incredible capacity, and I think you're seeing that play out right now. So not just for the execution strikes, but more importantly, intelligence and those networks inside Iran, which are part of the long-term equation here. And so you're going to see more of that play out in the days ahead.
All right, Robert Harwood, it is great to talk to you. Thank you for sharing your expertise with us. We will be back top of the hour with a lot more on these extraordinary developments in the Middle East. We'll be right back.
Here's an amazing fact. 70 million Americans lie awake every night, their health deteriorating with every sleepless hour. This is a nationwide health crisis. Sleep is the foundation of our lives. Without it, energy, focus, mood plummet. Your quality of life can be stolen. That's why I don't just recommend Relaxium Sleep. I depend on it. Relaxium Sleep is America's #1 doctor-developed sleep solution, changing lives across the nation, including mine.
As a clinical neurologist, I know how essential sleep is for building and nourishing both your mental and physical health. After years of research, I developed Relaxium Sleep to help my patients fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and wake up refreshed.
My good friend Mike Huckabee insisted I try Relaxium Sleep, and now I'm a believer, and you will be too. What makes Relaxium Sleep different? Well, it was created by a leading clinical neurologist, made in the USA. Take it nightly? It works. Since starting Relaxium, I fall asleep faster, sleep longer, wake up refreshed.
I'm so incredibly thankful that for nearly 2 decades now, Relaxium Sleep has been changing millions of lives. If you're experiencing sleepless nights or tossing and turning, you need to try Relaxium Sleep now and improve your quality of life.
So why are you still suffering? Pick up the phone. You have nothing to lose except another sleepless night. Folks, it's time to make America sleep again. So please call now. Claim your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep. Your whole new life, just a phone call away.
Bill O'Reilly is so confident that Relaxium Sleep will work for you, he's asked us to give away 1,000 bottles today. Get your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep now. Visit TryRelaxium.com or call 800-251-1717. That's TryRelaxium.com or call 800-251-1717.
Do you have a life insurance policy you no longer need? Now you can sell your policy, even a term policy, for an immediate cash payment. Call Coventry Direct to learn more.
We thought we had planned carefully for our retirement.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
Our friends sold their policy to help pay their medical bills. And that got me thinking. Maybe selling our policy could help with our retirement.
I was skeptical. So I did some research and called Coventry Direct. They explained life insurance is a valuable asset that can be sold.
We learned we could sell all of our policy or keep part of it with no future payments. Who knew? We sold our policy. Now we can relax and enjoy our retirement as we had planned.
If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel or let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies or call 1-800-983-6200. Coventry Direct, redefining insurance.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, or if a loved one was killed in a crash involving a deployed airbag, please contact us today.
Call 800-756-9090. Call now.
History unfolding in the Middle East as the U.S. and Israel continue to strike targets across Iran, potentially reshaping that country and, of course, the entire region's future. This all started just over 24 hours ago when Israel struck Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, in Tehran. He was killed, along with up to 40 other top political and military leaders. Hundreds of targets have since been hit. President Trump says the large-scale military operation is aimed at overturning Iran's government, and he says it'll be up to the people ultimately to do that. Thank you for sticking with us tonight. I'm Jonathan Hunt. It's 1 a.m. here in Los Angeles. It is 12:30 p.m. Sunday in Tehran, where people are taking to the streets to both celebrate and protest the attacks. In response to those attacks, Iran's leaders have been firing waves of missiles at Israel, as well as at U.S. bases across the region, sending ripples across the Middle East. Right now, we know at least one person was killed when an Iranian missile hit a building in Tel Aviv. More than 100 others were hurt in Israel. Iran's counterstrikes have also hit civilian locations in Arab countries, including Qatar and in the United Arab Emirates. Hotels and airports all hit as those countries have been forced to respond mainly defensively. So, for more now on what President Trump says is obviously an ongoing assault on Iran's leadership and its military infrastructure, Fox News correspondent Stephanie Bennett joins us from London. Hello again, Stephanie.
Good morning, Jonathan. Yeah, a lot to dive into this morning as things change by the minute. This all started, as you said, just over 24 hours ago, and we're not sure right now who is even running the country of Iran. Iran state media says 86-year-old Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was killed in his office early Saturday morning, along with some of his family members. 40 days of public mourning will now be observed, and a council of clerics is expected to appoint a successor as soon as possible. More than 40 other senior Iranian officials were also killed, including the defense minister. This morning, sirens rang out over Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. President Donald Trump said the joint airstrikes with Israel Saturday aimed to end a decades-long threat with Iran and ensure it could not develop a nuclear weapon. And this operation is likely to continue for as long as necessary, he says. For now, the back-and-forth attacks continue. The Israeli military, they just gave an update saying it has now launched a broad wave of strikes against targets of the Iranian terror regime in the heart of Tehran. Keeping an eye on that one. Iran has launched strikes throughout the Middle East and on U.S. allies and where the U.S. has military bases. U.S. Central Command says no U.S. service members have been injured, but damage has been reported in Tel Aviv, as you can see, while explosions could also be heard in the skies of Dubai this morning. Many airports in the region still remain closed and will likely be so for a few days. People in Tehran are both celebrating and protesting the attacks. We are also monitoring as hundreds of pro-Iranian protesters tried to storm the United States consulate in Karachi, Pakistan. Reports that we've been seeing suggest at least 9 people have died there. Keeping an eye on that one as that's active as well. World leaders, they have mixed reactions. Of course, you've got Canada and Ukraine who are supporting the U.S. actions, and you also have Russia and China who are condemning them. Back to you.
Stephanie Bennett in London, thank you. Now to Fox News Washington correspondent David Spunt, who joins us with the latest on how the White House, relocated to Palm Beach for the weekend, is responding to and shaping events in the Middle East. Hello again, David.
Hello, Jonathan. Good to be with you. As you mentioned, the White House did move down. All the officials, the top officials, including the Secretary of State, Secretary of War, CIA Director, and, of course, President of the United States here paying attention closely to what's happening on the ground. Now, President Trump, though, posting this warning to Iran just several hours ago after midnight Eastern time here on Sunday in Palm Beach at Mar-a-Lago. He writes, Iran just stated that they're going to hit very hard today, harder than they have ever hit before. They better not do that, however, because if they do, we will hit them with a force that has never been seen before. Now, we have some photos from yesterday showing the president about 24 hours or so ago meeting with those top advisors, including Secretary Rubio and CIA Director Ratcliffe, also the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Kane, briefing everyone in the room. The president out with a statement earlier announcing the death of the Ayatollah, as Stephanie just mentioned, in London. Now, Secretary of State Rubio did have a trip planned to Israel tomorrow. That is no longer happening given the security situation on the ground. And Secretary Hegseth at the Pentagon putting out a statement late yesterday. The Iranian regime had their chance yet refused to make a deal, and now they're suffering the consequences. For almost 50 years, Iran has targeted and killed Americans, always seeking the world's most powerful weapons to further their radical cause. Last night, unlike any previous president, President Trump began dealing with this cancer. So President Trump will be in Palm Beach for most of the day today. Then he's going to head back to Washington, the White House, the reality of Congress. Many in Congress, including on the Democratic side, questioning why the president did this without going to Congress. That's how typically these things are done, but the president believes that this was the right move to do things this way, and we'll see how that unfolds as the president head back to the White House to meet with J.D. Vance, the vice president, and others that could not physically be here this weekend because, of course, for security reasons, they keep certain groups of people separate as these situations are unfolding. Jonathan.
David, grateful to have you sticking with us in Palm Beach. Thank you so much indeed. Iranians worldwide, meantime, are celebrating after Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei, along with at least 5 to 10 top leaders, were killed by the strikes in Tehran just about 24 hours ago, of course. They hope the move will finally bring freedom for Iranians, but that likely to be a long and difficult path. One of those people who is very happy with the way events have transpired over the last 24 hours is Benjamin Basaya, who was at a rally here in LA just a few hours ago and joins us on set now. Benjamin, thank you very much for being here. First of all, tell us your emotional reaction when you woke up, I guess it would have been this morning, and heard that the Ayatollah was no more.
I couldn't sleep, actually. I'm a Persian Jewish American, and I keep Shabbat. But one of my neighbors knocked the door and told me, like, Ben, Israel did it. Netanyahu, actually Bibi did it, and the rescue mission started. And that's
how they described it, as a rescue mission for Iranians? Yeah.
For Iranians. And I immediately reached out to friends, and they were thrilled. They were even emotions. I don't know how to describe it. I'm just applauding for Donald J. Trump, Bibi Netanyahu, and of course, Marco Rubio. Well done. Well done. Promise made, promise kept.
What do you think happens next, though? Are there enough Iranians who have the courage, and it will take a lot of courage to get out on the streets, given what happened just a few weeks ago, 32,000 protesters killed, according to President Trump. Are there enough who will now think we have the backing of the U.S. In real hardcore way? They will stand up, you believe?
I believe that the number is way more. But right now, Iranians are ready. They've been ready. That's what they've been asking. Absolutely. But only for Reza Pahlavi. He's going to be the transitional government of Iran. That's what people want, because he's the only one that has no connection with the Islamic regime. Before, now, no, you cannot find any connection with him and the Islamic regime.
Do you believe he can unite the country?
He already did. He already did. Iranians are united. They proved it by You know, we've lost more than, I believe, 40,000 people in just 2 days. That's brutal. The way they killed people, they massacred people. Not only killed, we're talking about massacre. So only because Reza Pahlavi asked them to go out, they would not listen to anyone else but Reza Pahlavi. And he's not claiming to be a king. He's the only thing that he wants for Iranians is a free chance, a chance to have a referendum, to vote freely to form their government.
As we look at Tehran now, we can see plumes of smoke in the air. This is from Tehran just a short time ago. How optimistic are you overall, Benjamin, about Iran's future in the next weeks and months? Because it's not going to be easy.
The future is bright that it burns my eyes. The region will be in peace. And Iranians, they are, I would use a Western nation, but they are a civilized nation. And they're not Islamic. People are constantly using as Islamic nation. Only the data shows only 30% of Iranians believe in Islam. So this being said, we are talking about a nation that they look towards the West. They've been Western, but they've held hostage for 47 brutal years. And they had to just live under the Ayatollah's regime because nobody cared about them until now.
Right.
Trump and Bibi Netanyahu, they've hurt them, they cared about them, and there you go. People of Iran trusted them.
And now it is in the hands of the Iranian people. We hope that your optimism is well-founded, and we're grateful to have you here, Benjamin Basaya. Thank you so much for being here. There is, as Benjamin was just talking, a lot of sentiment in Iran now that maybe this is the day that will begin a new dawn for Iran. We shall see. There is obviously a long way to go, and that begins apparently with a lot more strikes from Israeli and U.S. forces. We'll be back with a lot more after the break.
Here's an amazing fact. 70 million Americans lie awake every night, their health deteriorating with every sleepless hour. This is a nationwide health crisis. Sleep is the foundation of our lives. Without it, energy, focus, mood plummet. Your quality of life can be stolen. That's why I don't just recommend Relaxium Sleep. I depend on it. Relaxium Sleep is America's #1 doctor-developed sleep solution, changing lives across the nation, including mine.
As a clinical neurologist, I know how essential sleep is for building and nourishing both your mental and physical health. After years of research, I developed Relaxium Sleep to help my patients fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and wake up refreshed.
My good friend Mike Huckabee insisted I try Relaxium Sleep, and now I'm a believer, and you will be too. What makes Relaxium Sleep different? Well, it was created by a leading clinical neurologist, made in the USA. Take it nightly, it works. Since starting Relaxium, I fall asleep faster, sleep longer, wake up refreshed.
I'm so incredibly thankful that for nearly 2 decades now, Relaxium Sleep has been changing millions of lives. If you're experiencing sleepless nights or tossing and turning, you need to try Relaxium Sleep now and improve your quality of life.
So why are you still suffering? Pick up the phone. You have nothing to lose except another sleepless night. Folks, it's time to make America sleep again. So please call now. Claim your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep. Your whole new life, just a phone call away.
Bill O'Reilly is so confident that Relaxium Sleep will work for you, he's asked us to give away 1,000 bottles today. Get your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep now. Visit TryRelaxium.com or call 800-251-1717. That's TryRelaxium.com or call 800-251-1717.
The U.S. and Israel attacks on Iran. After the joint operation kills their supreme leader, our Sunday morning lineup has critical analysis on what's next on Fox News Channel.
Hello, welcome to T-Town. Like men over 40 everywhere. These guys experience a drop in testosterone. Don't worry, it happens to all of us. Some guys took my advice about how to boost their testosterone, and some didn't. This guy got the message loud and clear.
That's right, Nugenix Total T2.
From the #1 selling testosterone brand at GNC and Walmart. Nugenix Total T2, packed with even more man-boosting power. It's the next generation testosterone booster that sends nitric oxide levels skyrocketing in just 3 hours. Feel leaner, stronger, and ready for anything with more energy and drive. Get your complimentary bottle by texting LEARN to 231231.
Thanks. It'll make you feel like a new man. And by the way, she'll like it too.
You can only try before you buy with this special offer. Get your complimentary bottle now. Text LEARN to 231231. Do it now and we'll include a bottle of new Nugenix Neurozone Brain Supplement absolutely free. Tired of wasting your money on products that just don't work? That's why new Nugenix Total T2 lets you try before you buy. Just text to claim your complimentary sample. Nugenix Total T2. It's the next generation testosterone booster that sends nitric oxide levels skyrocketing in just 3 hours. Feel leaner, stronger, and ready for anything with more energy and drive. Prove it to yourself. Text LEARN to 231231. Do it now and we'll include a bottle of new Nugenix Neurozone Brain Supplement absolutely free.
Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian, who has taken over the running of the country, as we understand it, in the wake of the death of the Ayatollah, who you see screen right there, has just said that Tehran views revenge for the killing of the Ayatollah as its, quote, legitimate right and duty, and will do its utmost to fulfill this duty. We hear that as Israel continues to strike, according to its officials, at the heart of Tehran. We just got in some video showing what appeared to be large explosions in Tehran. You can see the plumes of smoke as the camera pans there. One of the targets, we believe, may have been the broadcast center, which would obviously be the home of Iran's state-run media. Meantime, President Trump calls the Ayatollah's death, quote, justice, not just for Iranians, but for all Americans. Back with us on set here now, Fox News contributor Kyron Skinner, Foreign Desk Editor-in-Chief Lisa Daftari, and Israeli Special Ops veteran Aaron Cohen. Aaron, let me come to you first. Revenge is Iran's legitimate right and duty, and I think we're seeing right now Israel and the U.S. response to that. You may say revenge is your right and duty. We're going to do our best to ensure you can't carry out any sort of revenge.
Yeah, listen, no nuclear weapons means no nuclear weapons. The Iranian regime for the last 40 years has been digging its way into bullying the Middle East. Look, here's where I'm at with this, Jonathan. For the first time in the history of what I would consider the largest hostage siege in the history of the Middle East, which is Iran, 90 million citizens basically being held down, Iranians unable to contribute to the world on the global scale. They can call it whatever they want, but at the end of the day, what impresses me most is the fact that this president is not afraid to speak the language of the Middle East. In Hebrew, he understands the signaling. He did it with Maduro. Snatched him. Look what just happened to the Ayatollah. What does this do for the rest of the world now? China, Russia, all of America's enemies who've been dumping nonsense into the algorithms, tearing this country apart. It's another conversation. The point is, he is not afraid to pull America's resources and reset the entire map here. Iran can say what they want, but at the end of the day, he has just reset this entire region, and I'm excited to see where this is going to go.
Talking of where it's going to go, Kyron, we were talking to Benjamin Basaya just a moment ago, our Iranian-American guest. Lisa, we were talking to her about it. What does come next? Reza Pahlavi has been talked about, obviously, by both, and is the son of the Shah. President Trump has said he knows who he wants to lead Iran, but he's not given us a name. What's the reluctance on the U.S. part not being seen to impose somebody, I assume?
The U.S. has had a terrible history with anointing leaders abroad. You look at Vietnam and Korea and many other conflicts post-World War II. So when we talk about our kind of dislike of regime change now, It's more than just regime change. It's the whole set of things that we did along with regime change in parts of the world that we didn't understand very well. But Reza seems different, the prince, because he's been in this country a very long time. He's made it clear that he wants to support a transition and he wants the people to decide. And I think so many Iranians are listening to him. He has a special place, I think, if based on what Lisa has said, because he is respected, because compared to what they've lived under for the past nearly 50 years, his family there's a different look at his family and his father's rule. And there were some better days in the 1970s. Women were educated in the legislature, doctors, lawyers playing a critical role in what was becoming an advanced society.
And maybe despite his father's missteps at times, which as I understand it, I just reread Rijad Kapuscinski's Shah of Shahs. Some of those were possibly medically induced. He had medical issues, the Shah, Lisa. But to Kyron's point, it is very important in this situation that it is, and I ask you as the Iranian American at the table, that the Iranian people drive what comes next.
Absolutely, and they have. But we can't be naive to think that they can do it all alone. A nod by the President of the United States would go a long way, of course. That's why we've seen meetings between Reza Pahlavi and the White House, and that is a very positive move going forward. But the people of Iran have asked for Reza Pahlavi. Those are the signs that are being held up, his picture being held up. Like I said, there is this nostalgia for what was happening in the 1970s. I also want to talk about thousands of years of civilization. We're talking about a very proud Iranian people who are incredibly nationalistic, patriotic. They look at the last 47 years as a blip. They want to erase this blip. They want to remove this blip, and they want the help of the United States and Israel in this case to do so. I've written many op-eds in the last decade or so, more so in the last few years. Not all regime changes are created equal. While the United States had made mistakes in Afghanistan, in Syria, and many of the examples that were brought up tonight, Iran is very different. This is being driven by the people of Iran. They're not asking for boots on the ground. They're not asking for us to decide how their garbage is taken out the day after we help collapse the regime. President Trump has done something beautifully in terms of harmonizing the U.S. strategic imperative, which is no nuclear weapons, with getting them to the brink of, here, we will now pass the baton to the Iranian people. Now go seize the day. This is an opportune moment. President Trump sees it, Bibi Netanyahu sees it, the Iranian people see it, and of course, Reza Pahlavi, him and his team have worked on those parts of the economy, the society, culture, and they have come up with a very comprehensive plan as to what will come if they should take over, and they will help out with the transition.
And it'll be interesting to watch as we go through the next couple of days, if there is a pause in the bombing, which allows the people to come out onto the streets and really express their opinions, we shall see. Panel, great comments from all of you again, great analysis, and we'll be back to you for more before this hour ends. Our viewers will be happy to know they'll hear more from them than me. But we will be back with a lot more coverage of what is a momentous time in the Middle East. What happens next in Iran? What does the U.S. do next in terms of targeting the military infrastructure? We'll be right back.
Do you have a life insurance policy you no longer need? Now you can sell your policy, even a term policy, for an immediate cash payment. Call Coventry Direct to learn more.
We thought we had planned carefully for our retirement.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
Our friends sold their policy to help pay their medical bills. And that got me thinking. Maybe selling our policy could help with our retirement.
I was skeptical. So I did some research and called Coventry Direct. They explained life insurance is a valuable asset that can be sold.
We learned we could sell all of our policy or keep part of it with no future payments. Who knew? We sold our policy. Now we can relax and enjoy our retirement as we had planned.
If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel or let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies, or call 1-800-983-6200. Coventry Direct, redefining insurance.
Shopify's point-of-sale system helps you sell at every stage of your business. With fast and secure payment, card readers you can rely on, and one place to manage it all. Whatever the stage, businesses that grow with Shopify.
We planned well for retirement, but I wish we had more cash.
You think those two have any idea that they can sell their life insurance policy for cash, so they're basically sitting on a gold mine? I don't think they have a clue. That's crazy. Well, not everyone knows Coventry has helped thousands of people sell their policies for cash, even term policies. I can't believe they're just sitting up there, sitting on all this cash.
If you own a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, you can sell all or part of it to Coventry, even a term policy, for cash or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums.
Someone needs to tell them that they're sitting on a gold mine and you have no idea. Hey guys, you're sitting on a gold mine! Come on,
Do you hear that?
I don't hear anything anymore.
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 800-798-6200 or visit CoventryDirect.com.
Get new floors during Empire Today's gigantic 75% off sale. That's carpet, hardwood, tile, and vinyl. 75% off. Schedule now.
800-588-2300 Empire.
Today.
The joint discomfort and inflammation pain in your knees is real. Here's what real customers have to say about MagnaLife Knee Pain Relief Gel. I rubbed this on my knees right before bed and it soothed them so that I could sleep. It has worked wonders. I love it.
Available at your local retailer. Who'd you make this for?
I wouldn't have lived this long if I discussed my clients.
You may not live long if you don't.
We do the job, we don't ask questions.
Hi, Dad.
I'm gonna cook and then I have to go.
What?
My mind, it hasn't been right. I'm confusing time. No one can know. My secret.
Memory of a Killer. All new Mondays on Fox and watch anytime on Hulu.
Tuesdays.
Clear.
The most addictive medical drama on TV is back.
Years of memories gone. I need to find out what happened before it's too late.
Doc, all new Tuesdays on Fox.
The game of survival is in your hands. Good luck.
They came out here to win $250,000.
Let's go!
You're playing a totally different game than we're playing in the wilderness. You all want to hate me? That's fine.
Start scheming, boys. I need some goodies. Please hit that button.
Oh my gosh.
I should have applied for the floor. Rob Lowe wouldn't do this to people.
Extracted. All new Mondays on Fox and watch anytime on Hulu.
We want to update you quickly now on the situation in Karachi, Pakistan, where a mob earlier, just a couple of hours ago, tried to storm the U.S. consulate there. It was a very tense situation for some time, remains pretty tense there right now. Police have driven that crowd back. We understand that 9 of the protesters may have been killed in what was an ongoing battle for a while, but it just illustrates the dangers that Americans may face for those who, with those who believe that the U.S. and Israel were wrong to kill Iran's Ayatollah Khamenei. Meantime, we're also hearing from the U.S. Embassy in Muscat, Oman, that they are advising all staff there to, quote, shelter in place, and they are recommending that all Americans in Oman do the same until further notice. Find a secure location within your residence or another safe building. So just an example that there are dangers now in this situation. There are a lot of Iranians very, very happy that the Ayatollah has been killed. There are those around the world who who are angry that the Ayatollah has been killed, and they may, as these notices and the action in Karachi show us, they may seek to take that anger out on Americans. Meantime, we've been talking a lot about Reza Pahlavi. He is the exiled former crown prince of Iran, son of the late Shah. He's a key figure, obviously, now in the Iranian opposition and has been for some time. He has voiced confidence in President Trump's actions. He's positioned himself as a potential transitional leader. Joining us now, Fred Fleitz, former chief of staff of Trump's National Security Council, former CIA analyst and author. Fred, great to have you with us. What do you make of Pahlavi? Is he a man who could unite the country and at least be a transitional leader, however long that transition might take?
Good morning. Well, I think he's an impressive guy. He supports democracy, a secular Iran. Clearly, there are Iranians who support him and have been citing his name as they protest, but he does not have the support of all Iranians. There's some concern he may have more support outside the government than inside the government, and there are other groups vying for control. But there aren't many options, and his ability to organize a mass movement in Iran is sort of unknown. But I mean, I'd be a supporter.
I hate to ask you to read President Trump's mind, but do you think he is talking about Pahlavi when he says he knows who he wants to lead or would like to lead Iran?
My understanding is that President Trump is being very careful. The U.S. should not be choosing Iran's leaders. I think this is something that the Iranian people have to do. He seems to be a viable choice, someone who would be very pro-U.S., someone who is going to promote democracy in Iran. So I think that's why I think Trump and people around Trump have been positive towards him, but I think we're going to be careful not to put our thumb on the scale.
And Fred, the president has said, the people of Iran, this is your best chance in generations and will be for generations to overthrow the Islamic regime. Now, obviously, if you're asking people to do that, they've got to be out on the streets in huge numbers, which you would think would mean the bombing has to stop. So how long do you think we go here, the U.S. and Israel, before we pause enough for those street protests that you're probably going to need to begin to gather pace?
Well, we saw Iranians coming out overnight in large numbers. We saw traffic jams, and we will know how successful this operation was if we see a large, sustained set of demonstrations that forces this government out. But will the new leadership of Iran use violence to put the demonstrations down like they did in January? Will the security forces resign or defect? We don't know that yet, and we know that this regime has used extreme violence to put down demonstrations in the past. We're going to see in the next few days whether they will be able to do that and whether this regime is going to fight to stay in power. There are indications that may be prepared to do that. There's going to be 40 days of mourning over the death of Supreme Leader Khamenei. You know, whether that will lead to enough support to try to stay in power, we'll find out very soon.
Yeah, and Fred, I think back, and I don't know if this is a potential here, but I think back to Iraq 2003. We were all there. We saw the Iraqi army and all of Saddam's military sort of disappear in the wake of the U.S. invasion. They threw off their uniforms, disappeared, and then by, I think it was April 2004, I was in Fallujah, for instance, they were all back. They just went away for a while and reconstituted. Do you see anything like that as a potential danger in Iran now?
I think it's a real possibility. We just don't know what's going to happen over the next few days. I think this week we're going to find out if the demonstrations are large enough and if they start getting organized, they may become a force that the regime can't stop. But I mean, you're right. These security forces could meld into the crowds and reorganize themselves into some type of radical movement or military movement that would make it difficult to have a transfer to democracy.
Yeah. Fred Fleitz, it's fascinating to talk to you. I thank you so much for sharing your experience and expertise with our viewers tonight. Thank you, Fred.
Good to be here.
All right, we will be back with a lot more. This is really an incredible situation unfolding in the Middle East. Huge explosions in Tehran again today, as Israeli forces tell us they are targeting places in the very center of the Iranian capital. We'll be back.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, or if a loved one was killed in a crash involving a deployed airbag, please contact us today.
Call 800-756-9090. Call now.
IRS. 3 letters that strike fear into everyone, and for good reason. The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and being in debt to the IRS can have serious consequences. Oftentimes it begins with the IRS sending you a collection letter, but then escalates, and before you know it, you're having your paychecks garnished, your bank account seized, even your home or business could be at risk.
My problem was I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I was trying to take on the IRS by myself. I have 5 children, I'm trying to take care of my kids, and it was a lot of stress.
I owed the IRS over $10,000. They told me the possibilities of garnishing my wages to resolve this debt that I owed them.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000. Well, there was nothing I could do about it. I was just overwhelmed at what to do.
These stories are all too common, but thankfully there's Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 most trusted tax resolution firm. Optima's experts have helped thousands of people with stories just like these resolve their tax debt.
I owe $15,000. I only had to pay $3,500, and now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything. It was easy, like 1, 2, 3.
Since I've settled everything with the IRS, with Optima Tax help, I'm going to be able to succeed instead of just worry.
They sent the paperwork in for the debt to be cleared, the liens to be taken off. Now I'm a happy camper now. If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call.
So don't wait. Today you have options. Tomorrow you might not. Optima's tax professionals are standing by, ready to help you now.
For a free consultation, call 800-587-3950.
Optima Tax Relief.
Another lost summer scrolling and swiping? Another lost spring break? Turns out the fix is right here. Create new lifetime memories from the comfort of your backyard. No passports, no reservations. Latham's premium handcrafted pools are ultra durable for any climate. Can be installed in weeks, not months. And have hundreds of designs, sizes, and colors to choose from. For 70 years, Latham Pool has remained the gold standard in bringing backyard dreams to life. Our pools are easy to care for, won't stain or crack, and never require costly resurfacing. And with flexible financing options, your dream is within reach. Inquire now to receive a free crystal finish upgrade valued at up to $3,000 and bring your favorite exotic watercolor and shimmer right to your own backyard. Don't let another year slip away. It's never too early to start planning for a lifetime of memories. Visit lathampool.com now.
Get new floors during Empire Today's gigantic 75% off sale. That's carpet, hardwood, tile, and vinyl. 75% off. Schedule now.
800-588-2300
Today. When it's time to strt your business, it's time for Shopify. Design with easy to customize themes. Sell everywhere people shop. And never miss a sale with the world's best converting checkout. See why millions of businesses sell with Shopify. Start your free trial today.
The FBI is on high alert after the U.S. strikes on Iran for any terrorist actions that might be prompted by those strikes. Let's bring in Bill Daley, former FBI investigator. Bill, great to have you with us this morning. When we hear that an alert goes out to the FBI or the FBI goes on a high alert, what kind of actions does that sort of create? What is the FBI doing right now, Bill?
Yeah, sure, Jonathan. Good to be with you again, as always. There are a number of things that happen. In fact, Director Patel was very clear in saying that as much as the military is handling force protection overseas, it is here in the home front that the FBI is taking a lead role in protecting Americans. And what that means is a number of things, Jonathan, is that, first of all, they'll be activating the Joint Terrorism Task Forces around the country. These are multi-agency, both local, state, federal law enforcement agencies who have come together in these Joint Terrorism Task Forces in all the major cities around the country. And then what they'll be doing is looking for any people who may have been on their radar with regard to either suspected or in any way involved with Iranian-backed terrorism plots. They'll be picking up also signal intelligence. They'll be looking at any kind of chatter that's going on, any type of communications that may suggest that, in fact, there is something going on.
So what's the big concern here, Bill? Are they looking at groups that may be organizing, or is the big concern more of a lone wolf sympathizer? I think we lost Bill there. We were talking, of course, about the security alert that has gone out within the United States in the wake of the attacks that you're looking at there. Those are some of the attacks that the U.S. and Israel has carried out on Iran, and what we have seen, obviously, with tragic consequences over the last few decades is that U.S. actions overseas can sometimes bring terror onto our shores. So the FBI now is on high alert for any of those. And I was just talking to Bill about the idea that those can be groups. Sometimes they can also be lone wolves who are simply inspired by anti-American hatred and carry out the kind of attacks we've seen in places like Times Square. Bill, so you're back with us. Thank you. I was just asking, what are we most worried about here? Is it organized groups, or is it a lone wolf attack that most worries the FBI?
Well, I think in this case, Jonathan, I think there's a bit more organization around it. Certainly, it could be a lone wolf. It could be someone or a few people who have kind of want to act out on behalf of what they see may be wrongdoing against Iran. But I think at this point, we're also concerned that there is some type of suggested organization around this. In the past, we looked through kind of a litany of things that have happened in the past, going back even as early as 2004, where two UN security agents working for the Iranian mission in New York were dismissed because they were out taking pictures of tunnels and bridges. And that was also echoed further only a few years later, where about 13 people linked to Iran were taking photos of landmarks and what security forces would indicate would be pre-operational surveillance. So, there are a number of things going on. We just don't know at this point, if that will manifest itself. We see in the Middle East where the government is kind of lashing out, where they're sending rockets to nearby countries and hitting various targets, somewhat just almost retaliatory, if you will. And given the comments that just came out of Iran with regard to maybe this retaliatory type of acts, we just don't know how they may start to carry those out.
How involved, if at all, Bill, is the FBI in looking for threats overseas as well? Will they be in very close communication with every embassy, for instance? Do they take that role, or is it very much they are focused on the domestic?
Well, focused on the domestic, John, but many of these plans and plots, take in consideration contact with people overseas. So the FBI, through both working with other federal agencies on the national security side, as well as the FBI's legal attachés, which are FBI personnel stationed around the world in various embassies, liaising with other intelligence operatives in those countries and agencies in those countries, are looking to glean whatever information they can. It's interesting, Jonathan, is that, in addition to those incidents I just mentioned, there have been some other things that have happened here in the U.S. which also give us reason to be, pause and be concerned, is that we did have going back as recently as 2022, there were 3 Iranian nationals charged with engaging in computer intrusions and ransomware extortion against infrastructure. We've seen that, as well as even a plan around that same time, well, actually a few years before that, with the murder of the Saudi Arabian ambassador to the U.S. in Washington, D.C. So, there have been these indications that there are some Iranian-backed activities here in the U.S., and so it behooves the FBI and Under Director Kash Patel to kind of focus, provide additional resources both on the ground as far as surveillance, as I mentioned before, any interceptions they may have with regard to communications, or looking for people who may have been aligned in any way with the government.
Yeah. Bill, we are grateful for your work with us. We're grateful for the work you did with the FBI. And we are, of course, grateful for the work of every FBI agent working always to keep us safe. Thank you, Bill Daly. And we will be back with a lot more of our coverage on the momentous events in the Middle East and what comes next.
Here's an amazing fact. 70 million Americans lie awake every night, their health deteriorating with every sleepless hour. This is a nationwide health crisis. Sleep is the foundation of our lives. Without it, energy, focus, mood plummet. Your quality of life can be stolen. That's why I don't just recommend Relaxium Sleep. I depend on it. Relaxium Sleep is America's #1 doctor-developed sleep solution, changing lives across the nation, including mine.
As a clinical neurologist, I know how essential sleep is for building and nourishing both your mental and physical health. After years of research, I developed Relaxium Sleep to help my patients fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and wake up refreshed.
My good friend Mike Huckabee insisted I try Relaxium Sleep, and now I'm a believer, and you will be too. What makes Relaxium Sleep different? Well, it was created by a leading clinical neurologist, made in the USA. Take it nightly, it works. Since starting Relaxium, I fall asleep faster, sleep longer, wake up refreshed.
I'm so incredibly thankful that for nearly 2 decades now, Relaxium Sleep has been changing millions of lives. If you're experiencing sleepless nights or tossing and turning, you need to try Relaxium Sleep now and improve your quality of life.
So why are you still suffering? Pick up the phone. You have nothing to lose except another sleepless night. Folks, it's time to make America sleep again. So please call now. Claim your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep. Your whole new life, just a phone call away.
Bill O'Reilly is so confident that Relaxium Sleep will work for you, he's asked us to give away 1,000 bottles today. Get your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep now. Visit TryRelaxium.com or call 800-251-1717. That's TryRelaxium.com or call 800-251-1717.
Operation Epic Fury, inside the strikes that killed the Ayatollah, and what's next for the region. Harris is breaking it down on a special Faulkner Focus.
Javi finally turned my bad coffee habit healthy. This is my secret weapon. Most protein drinks are super chalky, but this one is so smooth, creamy, and delicious. I love it.
Most iced coffees have more sugar than a slice of cake and zero benefit.
Swap it and fuel your health instead.
20 grams of protein and 2 scoops, done. 0 grams of sugar, nada. Dessert-inspired flavors,
Just a few simple ingredients with powerful benefits. And yes, you can pronounce all of them.
Try Javi today. Text SLAP to 71319 to order now.
This tastes like your favorite iced coffee, but fuels your day like a protein shake.
And the flavor is amazing.
Without any sugar or artificial sweeteners.
Protein is so easy when it's coffee.
I don't like protein drinks, but this one got me.
With this TV exclusive offer, you can save up to 58%, plus 3 free gifts and free shipping with your first order. Don't miss this exclusive TV offer. Text SLAP to 71319 to order now. Do not miss this limited time offer. Try Javi now.
The FBI calls it house stealing, the latest scam where a cyber thief transfers the title of your home out of your name and steals your hard-earned equity.
It's roughly 60 to 90 days for that person to even figure out that they're the victim of this crime. You start getting foreclosure notices and you realize you've got 4 mortgages on your house that you didn't even know existed.
Unfortunately, it's on you to protect yourself. You might already be a victim. Check your title status now at HomeTitleLock.com.
We're just hearing from Iranian state media that Ayatollah Arafi has been appointed as what they call a jurist member of the Leadership Council, tasked with temporarily fulfilling the supreme leader's role. Our panel is back with us. And Aaron, let me come to you first. It strikes me that being given a leadership role in Iran right now is somewhat akin to be given a leadership role in Hamas post-October 7th. It seems to be a death sentence.
Well, if you announce the next leader of the IRGC or whoever's going to be commanding the leadership during this interim period, I think it's a mistake. I think it's posturing. I think here's where I'm at with this. I think the IRGC has to signal that they're in control. Nothing has really been affected. Never mind the fact that hundreds, if not a couple of thousand targets have been hit over the last 24 hours. So they're playing the game. They're trying to save face. They're trying to show that we're in control. But really, at the end of the day, the softening that's happening right now systematically across Iran, Esfahan, Shiraz, Tehran, is literally shifting the paradigm for this potential regime to collapse within potentially a week to 72 hours. Who knows what's going to happen here? But I think it's just posturing.
Lisa, what's your gut on the way that what remains of the Islamic Republic leadership behaves here? Does your gut tell you, as an Iranian American, that they try to cling to power, or does your gut tell you that they will, as Aaron hints, maybe collapse within a week?
Yeah, they've used their ideology to live and to survive. They will not die by this ideology, meaning they are not suicidal. They will fire off every missile they have. They will do everything in their power to stay in the game. And I think that is why we are seeing this chest thumping continuing. And, you know, what's interesting is since the 12-day war in June, they have been diminished even further militarily. So even the assessments that have been made, what we assumed, what we anticipated would be their response militarily, has been underwhelming at this point. So I think going into this 24, 48, 72 hours into this campaign, as the United States and Israel amp up, I do not think they're going to be able to hold on for dear life as they are attempting to.
Karen, as somebody who looks at all of this from a very much a global perspective, I wonder what you think this action might lead to. Does it open the door to action elsewhere for President Trump?
I think it does. You know, we've spent most of today really zooming in on fine details about what's happened, what will happen next. A lot of it's speculation. We just don't know. But if we zoom out, this is a moment for the president to assert his grand strategy, which really is at odds with what bipartisan elites in Washington and in the university world have wanted. He issued a national security strategy a couple of months ago, and the Middle East was near the bottom in terms of priorities. But then he turns around and takes a very aggressive action against Iran. What is he trying to do here? I think he's trying to finish some of the conflicts that elites said we have to negotiate slowly over time our way out of, like the Iranian nuclear deal. He said we're done with that kind of thinking, and he wants to pivot to the Western Hemisphere.
Right.
And this allows him, in a very different part of the world, to begin to assert American authority. It brings a kind of credibility to his words, that his deeds and words match, and that he's not a neo-isolationist. He's just much more strategic than people thought in the past.
Aaron, I wonder, we're talking of President Trump, it's been a heck of a partnership he's had with Prime Minister Netanyahu. Have we ever seen anything like that, do you think?
I think that President Trump relishes in the ability to flex the greatness of the U.S. military. He has always been against the grain. Nothing about him is conventional. And having the ability to have some of the finest military assets behind him, some of the finest intelligence coming from Israel, this kind of stone-clad iron partnership with Bibi, they've been friends for 20, 30 years. I think Trump is looking at this going, now is the time to change the face of all this nonsense. Let's get this Middle East cleaned up so we can get back to business and make America great. I know it's the slogan, but at the end of the day, it's true.
And President Trump himself said he envisioned a Middle East of commerce, not chaos. Let me give you the last word on this, Lisa. Do you believe we can get to a point where it is a Middle East of commerce, not chaos? And do you feel optimistic?
I am certainly optimistic. During the first Trump administration, I had the honor of working on the Abraham Accords and helping with the rollout of the Abraham Accords, and we saw how successful that was. And now with this, imagine the potential that will be unleashed with a free Iran. And now that the Iran regime has hit those Gulf states that are signatory to the Abraham Accords, imagine how much more they will rally around Israel and the United States and pivot towards the West and towards a future of the Middle East that is dictated by interests that are aligned, like prosperity, like freedom, like life away from terrorism and away from these old tropes and the terrorism of the past. If we remove Iran's regime, which has been the piggy bank of these terror organizations, it takes away the money, the funding, the resources for those terrorists and those militants. We're looking at a very different horizon for the Middle East.
All right, real quick. I said it was going to be the last word. I've got 10 seconds for each of you. Is Iran still an Islamic republic by the end of 2026?
No.
Aaron?
Weak.
That was 2 seconds, by the way, not 10.
Weak, feeble, shaken, and stirred.
Definitely not. I think it'll take some time to shape up. I don't think there's a magic wand situation that's going to happen here, but I don't see a way that the Iranian people will go back to what it was. They have determined what they want their future to be.
All right, Lisa Daftari, Aaron Cohen, Karen Skinner, it's been a pleasure sharing this couple of hours with you. You have served our guests so well, served our audience so well, as always. Thank you so much to all of you. There is a lot of work ahead for the Iranian people. There's a lot of work ahead, apparently, for the U.S. military and the Israeli military. We understand that there are still explosions in Tehran as we sit here on what is Sunday afternoon now. There in Tehran, Israeli jets still flying, the U.S. still involved. We wait to see what the outcome of all of this will be. But we have been watching history unfold in the Middle East. We shall see where it goes from here. Stay with Fox News for all the coverage. My good friend Griff Jenkins will take over top of the hour. I'll see you tomorrow.
Hey, buddy. Morning. I'm a stickler for good dental care. Me too. Ooh, looking sharp today. But even if we take care of our teeth, we can still get... No, please don't say it. A big dental bill. That's why dental insurance from Physicians Mutual Insurance Company is important. Now, this isn't a discount plan or preventive-only coverage. It helps pay for over 400 procedures, like cleanings, fillings, crowns, bridges, root canals, even dentures. That's a lot. It's easy to find out more. Just call or go online now to get your free information kit with all the details. This dental insurance helps you pay for routine care and expensive major procedures, all with no deductibles and no annual maximums. You can even keep your dentist. Why pay more for dental care? Get your free info kit and start saving today. Call or visit physiciansmutualdental.com. Physicians Mutual, Physicians Mutual.
The crisis inside Ukraine has reached a catastrophic level, with the elderly Jews pushed to the very limit.
Go inside. She's freezing cold. There's no electricity, no heat, no water. Winter is now a weapon of war, used against the elderly, the mothers, and the young children.
They've been lined up here for hours. These are precious people who are hungry, and they have nothing. If someone doesn't do something soon, a humanitarian disaster is coming. So many Jewish people who are just waiting for someone to care enough to pick up the phone.
Fears are growing that without an emergency, full-scale response, thousands will die this winter.
The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews needs your $25 gift now to help rush a winter survival food box of emergency food for elderly Jews and families in Ukraine. Today, there's a special opportunity to double your gift's impact, thanks to generous fellowship partners. Call now and your gift's impact will be doubled.
They felt the shaking of missiles. These are people who have already endured so much suffering and disaster, taking out power, taking out water, simple water to drink. We're talking about the difference between life or death. Christian, Jew, standing shoulder to shoulder, saying, we're here to heal, we're here to help.
Your gift of only $25 helps rush a winter survival food box filled with life-saving emergency food for elderly Jews and families in Ukraine. Thanks to a special matching challenge, if you call now, your gift's impact will be doubled. Time is critical. Please give now.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, or if a loved one was killed in a crash involving a deployed airbag, please contact us today.
Call 800-756-9090. Call now.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran.
We are facing an act of aggression, and obviously we have every right to defend ourselves.
We've been hit. We've been hit.
History made in the Middle East as the U.S. and Israel launch a massive attack against Iran, killing the regime's supreme leader along with several top military officials. Iran's Revolutionary Guard now vowing retaliation, unleashing a new wave of missile attacks this morning, targeting Israel and U.S. bases across the Gulf, and Israel hammering the Islamic Republic in a fresh wave of strikes. President Trump warning the country while also urging the Iranian people to rise up, declaring the hour of freedom is at hand. And we're monitoring global threats to Americans after the U.S. consulate in Pakistan was attacked by protesters. You're watching Fox News Live this Sunday morning. I'm Griff Jenkins. Let's get straight to Stephanie Bennett, who is live overseas with the latest on U.S.-Israeli strikes. Good morning, Stephanie.
Good morning, Griff. Yeah, these back and forth attacks continue, and things are changing literally by the minute. At the moment, we're still unsure who is even ruling Iran. Well, President Donald Trump said that this operation is likely to continue for as long as necessary, he said. Now, in his latest Truth Social post, President Donald Trump wrote, quote, Iran just stated that they are going to hit very hard today, harder than they have ever hit before. They better not do that. However, because if they do, we will hit them with a force that has never been seen before. President Trump said the initial joint airstrikes with Israel yesterday aimed to end a decades-long threat from Iran and ensure it could not develop a nuclear weapon. The strikes targeted Iranian military and government sites. In response, Iran has launched attacks throughout the Middle East on U.S. allies and where the U.S. has military bases. U.S. Central Command says no U.S. service members have been injured. But damage has been reported in Tel Aviv, while explosions could also be heard in the skies of Dubai this morning. Many airports in the region also remain closed and will likely be closed for several days. The Israeli military gave an update saying it, quote, has now launched a broad wave of strikes against targets of the Iranian terror regime in the heart of Tehran. We're also seeing a large plume of smoke there and reports of explosions in the capital. We're also monitoring pro-Iranian protesters who tried to storm the United States consulate in Karachi, Pakistan. Reports we've been seeing suggest at least 9 people have died. Iran state media says 86-year-old Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was killed during the U.S.-Israeli strikes, along with some of his immediate family members. 40 days of public mourning will now be observed. A council of clerics is expected to appoint a successor as soon as possible, and more than 40 other senior Iranian officials were also killed, including the defense minister. Now, in a statement that was just released, Iran's president has insisted revenge, saying a legitimate right and duty. It is a legitimate right and duty, they say. World leaders have also had mixed reactions. Of course, you have Canada and Ukraine who support the U.S. strikes, but you've got Russia and China who condemned them. And also, Griff, briefly, we did just hear from the U.K. Defense Secretary, John Healey. He was speaking with Sky News just now, and he said, quote, "We're taking down the drones that are menacing either our bases, our people, or our allies. And this is a really serious and deteriorating situation." Of course, the UK was not involved, but they have bases there in Cyprus and also in Qatar. And you can just tell they're there fighting off anything that's coming their way as well.
They sure do. Stephanie Bennett, live for us in London. Stephanie, thank you. Let's bring in now Fox News contributor and former CIA station chief Dan Hoffman. Dan, good morning to you. Let's pick up where Stephanie left off. Obviously, Iran is retaliating, but the question is, who is running the country? Who do you see as being in charge right now?
Yeah, look, the Israeli and U.S. strikes have decapitated Iran's regime. We've gone over the list of the senior officials who have been killed in those strikes. And the question now is indeed exactly what you've asked. The country is fractured, and there's obviously been some succession planning. That's a key intelligence requirement for Director of CIA Ratcliffe and his team to determine who might be following in the footsteps, for example, of the head of the IRGC, and whether there will be some infighting, internal infighting, and maybe an internal coup inside Iran. This is a bit of chaos right now. Iran is living in the fog of war, and it's up to the U.S. intelligence community to decipher what exactly is going on.
Let's talk about intelligence. Nobody better than you. This, by all accounts, from the battle damage assessment that we can glean from, was perhaps the most successful decapitation operation in modern military history, I would offer, Dan. We had an attack. We launched with Israel attacks from the land, air, and sea, along with these unprecedented unmanned drones. And you look at sort of the target package that they unleashed, that could not have been done with cutting-edge intelligence.
Yeah, that's right. And look, one of the things we've seen, particularly since 9/11, is just this fusion of U.S. intelligence collection with U.S. military and with our kinetic strikes. We saw it when the Trump administration successfully targeted the head of the IRGC, Qasem Soleimani. We saw it most recently in Venezuela, and now in Iran with these precision strikes that rely on intelligence, not just human sources, but the full gamut of signals intelligence and overhead reconnaissance. These are just an extraordinary array of tactical intelligence successes.
And so how long, I mean, we've been told, obviously, we can expect this to perhaps go weeks. How long does this take to get to where the administration wants this?
So I don't think President Trump has been real clear about the timeline, and I don't think he's able to even know what sort of a timeline we might be looking at. I think what the United States wants is for some new regime to emerge in Iran, which agrees to the U.S. conditions about no nuclear enrichment, capping their ballistic missile capability, and halting their support to proxy terrorists. That's what we want. What happens inside Iran is another story. I don't think the Trump administration is interested in nation building or bringing democracy necessarily to Iran. Certainly support to the protesters tangentially, but what we really want is an end to Iran's external aggression in the region and beyond. And how long that takes and when Iran might be willing to agree to those terms and who might agree to those terms, I think are going to be the major questions over the coming days and perhaps weeks.
And I just want to touch on, obviously, the U.S. troops are not out of danger by any means. We saw yesterday essentially all of our Gulf allies targeted at our U.S. bases. Al Salem in Kuwait, you've got Al Dhafra, you've got Al Udeid, the Fifth Fleet targeted. What do you make of the threat now to our U.S. troops?
Yeah, I think we have to be on high alert, and especially for our intelligence community, we're looking at targeting Iranians and senior officials, and we've been doing that effectively. But also it's about our defense as well. And we've seen Iranian militias seeking to target us in Erbil. You mentioned our consulate in Karachi. So the Iranian threat is global and worldwide. We need to be on the highest alert, and I'm sure we are. We've also got to be concerned about terrorist threats from al-Qaeda. Remember that the leader of al-Qaeda, Saif al-Adil, is currently enjoying sanctuary inside Iran. And so we really have to be on high alert, and it's worth reminding folks here in the United States, see something, say something. These are times when we need to be extremely careful about what's going on around us and have the situational awareness to understand where a threat might be, not just overseas, but here in the homeland as well.
Indeed. Boy, that's an important point. You know, a little bit on that angle, let's talk about what we saw develop overnight, and that is hundreds of protesters storming the U.S. consulate in Karachi. There have been deaths there. What do you make of this situation?
Yeah, it's certainly something we've got to be concerned about. And remember that Iran has tried to kill President Trump, as well as Secretary Pompeo and former National Security Advisor Ambassador John Bolton. So they have these asymmetric global assassination squads that they have used in the past. And I wouldn't put it past them, obviously, in this case, to seek to mount that sort of counterattack against us. So we, again, need to be collecting the intelligence. It's what we do. The intelligence community works extraordinarily well together, the CIA and FBI and NSA and others, to collect the intelligence and present the president and all of his advisors with the analysis they need to make the right decisions.
Hey, let me ask you about this, Dan, because we see Iranians in Iran and across the world, certainly here in the U.S., celebrating. But is U.S. and Israeli firepower enough to overthrow, ultimately, this Islamic dictatorship?
Certainly the air power strikes that we've launched have been enough to decapitate Iran's leadership. The open question is whether without ground forces you can see real regime change. The IRGC is tens of thousands strong. A lot of hardened security professionals with guns. And that makes it extraordinarily difficult for the sort of revolution that Iran saw in 1979 to take place. Certainly, we'd like to see this take place, although there would be other concerns about the extent to which we would see a fracture inside Iran, and that still might be possible. The bottom line, Griff, is when you launch strikes like this, a war like this, especially in the Middle East, you just can't be certain about how things are going to turn out, and that's the challenge, I think, for not just the Trump administration, but our allies in the region.
It is indeed, and an ultimate peace in the Middle East is certainly what the region wants. But when I talk to Iranians here at home, they hope that they can get Iran back to being Persia. They are Persians. Dan Hoffman, great insight, as always. Thank you.
Thanks.
Meanwhile, President Trump taking action against Iran, sparking a war powers debate in Congress. We're speaking to a lawmaker and Green Beret veteran next, with both sides of the aisle demanding answers.
We planned well for retirement, but I wish we had more cash.
You think those two have any idea that they can sell their life insurance policy for cash, so they're basically sitting on a gold mine? I don't think they have a clue. That's crazy. Well, not everyone knows Coventry has helped thousands of people sell their policies for cash, even term policies. I can't believe they're just sitting up there, sitting on all this cash.
If you own a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, you can sell all or part of it to Coventry, even a term policy, for cash or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums.
Someone needs to tell them that they're sitting on a gold mine and you have no idea. Hey guys,
You're sitting on a gold mine!
Do you hear that?
I don't hear anything anymore.
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 800-798-6200 or visit coventrydirect.com.
Dad drills. Let's go. Have you officially named a guardian? My parents? Doesn't count. Guardianship must be legal before it's official. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it incredibly easy.
Visit trustandwill.com today and make it count.
Take your business from launch to legendary with Shopify. Sell more with the world's best converting checkout and turn analytics into opportunities so you can scale further, faster. Take your business to a whole new level. Switch to Shopify. Start your free trial today.
The joint discomfort and inflammation pain in your knees is real. Here's what real customers have to say about MagnaLife Knee Pain Relief Gel. I rubbed this on my knees right before bed and it soothed them so that I could sleep. It has worked wonders. I love it.
Available at your local retailer.
The NASCAR Cup Series pulls into Austin.
You know who we got to see today. Make it happen.
Where the best of the best take on the road course at COTA. Coverage begins today at 2:30 Eastern on Fox.
Operation Epic Fury, inside the strikes that killed the Ayatollah, and what's next for the region. Harris is breaking it down on a special Faulkner Focus.
Hello, welcome to T-Town. Like men over 40 everywhere. These guys experience a drop in testosterone. Don't worry, it happens to all of us. Some guys took my advice about how to boost their testosterone, and some didn't. This guy got the message loud and clear.
That's right, Nugenix Total T2.
From the #1 selling testosterone brand at GNC and Walmart. Nugenix Total T2, packed with even more man-boosting power. It's the next generation testosterone booster that sends nitric oxide levels skyrocketing in just 3 hours. Feel leaner, stronger, and ready for anything with more energy and drive. Get your complimentary bottle by texting LEARN to 231-231.
Thanks. It'll make you feel like a new man. And by the way, she'll like it too.
You can only try before you buy with this special offer. Get your complimentary bottle now. Text LEARN to 231-231. Do it now and we'll include a bottle of new Nugenix Neurozone Brain Supplement absolutely free. Tired of wasting your money on products that just don't work? That's why new Nugenix Total T2 lets you try before you buy. Just text to claim your complimentary sample. Nugenix Total T2. It's the next generation testosterone booster that sends nitric oxide levels skyrocketing in just 3 hours. Feel leaner, stronger, and ready for anything with more energy and drive. Prove it to yourself. Text LEARN to 231-231. Do it now and we'll include a bottle of new Nugenix Neurozone Brain Supplement absolutely free.
Back to our breaking news coverage. The House expected to hold a war powers vote as soon as this week after the U.S. and Israel carried out joint strikes across Iran, crippling Tehran's leadership. Madeline Rivera joining us live from Washington with the very latest. Good morning, Maddie.
Good morning, Griff. Democrats in the House and the Senate were already prepping votes on war powers resolutions in the coming days. Now they want to speed up their timeline as Operation Epic Fury unfolds. They want lawmakers to come back to D.C. ASAP for an immediate vote on the measure, and they're demanding briefings from administration officials as well. Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez saying the American people are once again dragged into a war they did not want by a president who does not care about the long-term consequences of his actions. This war is unlawful, it is unnecessary, and it will be catastrophic. Still, some Democrats support the strikes on Iran and could cross party lines, making the math very complex. Representatives Josh Gottheimer, Greg Landsman, Tom Suozzi, and Jared Moskowitz have already indicated they won't back a war powers resolution. Senator John Fetterman saying this about Democrats who are calling to rein in the president.
This was one of the most evil people that ever lived. And after 37 years in Iran, he's been eliminated. You know, and I can't imagine why Democrat, Republican, everyone can't celebrate that, because tens of millions of people in Iran are absolutely celebrating that thing. And that's why I might be the only Democrat that would vote against the Iranian war powers bill, because that would be the kind of thing they would want to prohibit or block that from happening.
On the GOP side, Congressman Thomas Massie is, of course, expected to back the resolution he introduced with Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna. Senator Rand Paul, who filed a resolution with Democratic Senator Tim Kaine, he says he opposes another presidential war. Administration officials are expected to brief key House committees today about the strikes on Iran. Griff.
Madeline Rivera, live for us in Washington. Maddie, thank you very much. And with that, let's bring in North Carolina Congressman and former Green Beret Pat Harrigan. Congressman, thank you for taking time, picking up where Maddie left off. Are you expecting a war powers vote this week in Congress?
Yeah, it looks like we're going to have it. We've got a call later today that I think we'll find out kind of exactly what the schedule looks like. But I want to remind everybody, the president followed the law here, and any assertion to the opposite is just fundamentally false. The War Powers Resolution gives the president the authority to act for up to 60 days without prior congressional approval. It requires notification within 48 hours. It does not require permission. I think that's what folks got to understand. That authority exists for moments just like this when speed matters and American lives are on the line. But the folks have to understand the statutes were followed.
Congressman, the political fallout has been interesting. When I was in the anchor chair here yesterday, as things had just gotten underway at 4 a.m., one of the first sort of reactions on social media that I saw was Senator Fetterman fully supporting this, full-throated. But then you also saw colleagues like Republican Tom Massie and Rand Paul attacking it. Did your Republican colleagues get out in front of this too soon to render this sort of judgment?
Yeah, I think nobody understands exactly how this is going to play out. And so that judgment could not and should not be rendered. It should be reserved. At this point, look, elections have consequences. The president made a decision. The United States of America is committed into this. And the only thing that anybody in Congress should actually be focused on at this juncture right now, when our troops are actually in harm's way, is making sure that they have what it takes to get the job done and get home safely. I'm disappointed with some of my colleagues taking the narrative in the directions that they're taking it. I think it's self-serving. I think that they're putting their own party in front of the country. I think they're putting their own interests in front of the country, and that has no place in Congress right now. We can have hindsight with 2020 vision after this plays out in a couple weeks, but right now everybody's got to stay focused, everybody's got to stay tight, and we've got to be supportive of the United States of America, and that's it.
Congressman, as a former Green Beret that served multiple rotations in Afghanistan during Operation Enduring Freedom, we're talking about battle damage assessment and what we know that's readily available. This, by all accounts, was the most successful decapitation operation in modern military history. What's your assessment?
Well, look, I think that the reason that we used overwhelming force is because it actually prevents forever wars. When you've got nearly 900 strikes in the first hours from land, air, and sea, and our unmanned systems, that demonstrates total overmatch. That scale and speed collapse a regime's ability to respond, and it actually prevents them from making war. Now, the next 3 to 5 days is absolutely critical, but I think long wars happen when America hesitates and applies force in drips. That's exactly what happened across the regime change operations of our neocon fathers. It's exactly what happened when Russia invaded Ukraine. But when you strike decisively and you dismantle command structures immediately, that escalation starts to become compromised by the other side. President Trump is actually doing this to avoid a long war, and he's doing it through the application of a very clear Trump doctrine.
And Congressman, I just have about 30 seconds here, but do you see that this sends a message to our adversaries like China, like Russia?
The bigger play here from the 300,000-foot perspective is we are working against the periphery of Russia and China. We are taking out all of their allies, and we are rolling the tables on the world order, making sure that the world is a safer place for American citizens and American interests, period. That is the bigger play here, no question about it.
Congressman Pat Harrigan, thank you for your insight in getting up early for us, and thank you for your service, sir.
Hey, Griff, great to be with you. Have a great Sunday.
You too. Meantime, the FBI now on high alert as protests erupt across the country in response to the U.S.-Israel strikes on Iran. We'll have a live report next.
Gritty, dry eyes deserve to feel
MyBo.
Don't use if allergic to MyBo. Remove contacts before using and wait at least 30 minutes before putting them back in. Eye redness and blurred vision may occur. Ask about prescription dry eye drop MyBo.
Jillian Michaels here with a truth bomb. One key reason that we look older is because our bodies make less collagen as we age. It's time to start taking Alaya Multi-Collagen, a powerhouse formulation of 5 different types of collagen that helps restore your body's youthfulness. Alaya can support fuller, more luxurious hair, dramatically diminished wrinkles, and stronger, healthier nails. Alaya Collagen even supports joint health so you can stay active and comfortable. Add Alaya to your smoothie, coffee, any of your favorite recipes because it's flavorless and it goes with everything. I've made Alaya Multi-Collagen a part of my daily routine religiously because it helps me look and feel my very best. Go to getalaya.com now and use the promo code to receive 30% off plus free shipping. The sooner you order, the sooner you can get relief and support your overall wellness. Go to getalaya.com now. Prioritize your body inside and out with Alaya.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. With so many mesothelioma lawyers on television, how do you choose the right firm for you and your family? Our goal is to get you as much as you deserve. $30 billion was set aside for mesothelioma victims like you. If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma, we'll come to you within 24 hours so our team can get to work right away. Call us now.
Call 1-800-602-2900. Call now.
I remember getting my first jersey. The mascot came out and he just started taking pictures with everybody. The last shot of the game.
30% off merch at experiences you'll never forget with Chase Freedom Unlimited.
Why does getting rid of grays have to feel like a chemistry project? Particle Anti-Gray Serum is the anti-dye antidote. It's anti-outdated. Forget the messy dyes and the inked-on look of the past. Anti-complicated, no gloves, no kits. Just a 5-second routine that restores pigment at the root. Anti-chemical, no ammonia or peroxide. We maintain your hair's health while we bring back its life. And anti-fake, no sudden changes here. It works gradually on your hair and beard. For a look that is 100% natural, believable, and you. Put your best face forward with Particle Anti-Gray Serum. Anti-Gray, pro results. Visit antigray.com and use the promo code on your screen to get 25% off your order. We've got free shipping and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Anti-Gray Serum. Now at antigray.com.
When you're selling your home, there's one thing that'll get it sold fast and at the highest price. Ready? Find the best real estate agent to sell it. Simple. But how do you find the best agent? Ready.com. On Ready, the best agents compete for your business. And get this, they pay you just for the opportunity to sell your home. Yeah, they put up their money to be your agent. $2,000? $10,000? Find out. Go to Ready.com or call 888-551-REDY.
Our names were whispered through time, from generation to generation.
Don't you feel that there are things that cannot be explained?
God has a destiny for us.
Surely nothing is impossible for God.
You're looking there at the High Mobility Artillery Rocket System, known as a HIMARS, which is a mounted truck launcher that fires up to 6 GPS-mounted guided attack missiles with up to about 186 miles. This is just one of the many powerful weapons deployed systems by the U.S. military as the U.S. forces continue to weaken Iran's military capabilities. Here to break it all down is Fox News contributor, drone expert, and Power U.S. founder Brett Velikovich. Brett, it's great to be with you. And I want to get to the Lucas drones because you and I spent time in Ukraine. Ukraine used drones. Now we're seeing the U.S. doing it in an unprecedented way. But we opened there with the HIMARS in undisclosed locations in our Gulf allied areas launching ATACMS. But it was really the nearly 900 strikes in the first 12 hours from the land, air, and sea. Your assessment on how successful that was?
Well, hey, good morning, Griff. Look, what we witnessed was one of the most decisive, game-changing moments in modern-day military history, and America just delivered it. And our strikes at the heart of the regime, it sent a message far beyond Iran. It tells adversaries around the world that the United States weaponry will adapt faster than they can innovate. For one, yesterday's strikes on Iran, it represents a new chapter in American military capability and innovation. The U.S. employed low-cost, one-way attack drones, which are known as the Lucas system, in actual combat, which really marks a significant evolution in how we project force, how we protect American personnel. Lucas is a reversed engineered version of Iran's own Shahed one-way attack drone. And that's the best part about this, Griff. These are autonomous, expendable kamikaze drones that were modeled off of Iranian designs that were taken off of captured systems in Ukraine. That's strategic irony. We took a weapon that Iran developed and fielded it against our own forces and allies, studied how it worked, and then turned that playbook into an American capability that was used in combat against Iran's own target. And that's just not tactical, it's symbolic, right? Using a reverse engineered design, for the U.S. to respond to threats, it's out innovation of our adversaries. And that's really a message worth emphasizing. America's going to adapt and use your own innovation against you. If you build tools meant to kill and threaten us, don't be surprised when we use it more effectively.
It's amazing, Brett. They first tested this in December, just months ago. Now it's fully successfully deployed, as you highlight and laid out there so eloquently. The question I have for you is this a battlefield game changer?
Absolutely. And I think it sends a strategic signal. You have cheap, scalable drones now, which are going to be the central and future contracts. The U.S. is not going to get outpaced in that race, and we're going to continue to use lethal weapon systems like that. And what really comforts me in all this is our leaders built in the background of the action leading up to this the most formidable and largest American military force in the region in decades. Aircraft carrier strike groups, warships, our most advanced fighter jets, long-range attack drones, surveillance assets. That was more firepower than Iran and Tehran had ever seen before. Not because we want war, but because peace through strength is the only peace that's going to last. Because as the United States, we can't just sit back and cross our fingers in hopes that the regime is going to build another nuclear weapon. And what really stands out here is not just the strike itself, but how it was executed, right? We had these one-way attack drones. We launched Tomahawk cruise missiles from land and sea platforms, a weapon that's been a staple of American long-range precision strikes for decades. And when you take that all together, this suite of weaponry, it helps set the conditions for this successful decapitation of Iran's leadership, including the death of the Ayatollah.
It sure did, Brad. In fact, I want to see if our producers can roll that CENTCOM video. I was blown away about the total package. And it's not lost on me that it was in broad daylight. They did not expect that coming. But you see the F-22 Raptors kicking down the door. That goes in first. And the Tomahawks launch, the HIMARS, and, of course, the Lucas drones. What do you make of the whole total package on the first day?
Well, just overwhelming strength. And that's what we need to continue to do. In my view, the operation was really decisive leadership at its finest. President Trump and our allies in Israel, they didn't wait for another attack or another imminent threat. They acted to eliminate it. And these strikes show real strength. It's decisive. It's unapologetic leadership from Trump and Netanyahu, where we didn't wait for permission for another provocation. And we adapted fast. We struck hard. Sure, Iran is trying to fire back with missiles and drones right now. I think that's going to be short-lived. The region is on edge, but let's be clear. The old regime's days of unchecked aggression, funding Hezbollah, funding the Houthis to try and kill Americans, to try and kill Israelis, threatening this nuclear Armageddon, that's over. Right? This could be the beginning of real peace through strength, the liberation of millions, and a Middle East where tyrants actually think twice before crossing red lines.
And that would be a good place to get to. Brett Velikovich, thank you for your insight and getting up early for us.
Thanks, Griff.
All right. Meanwhile, strikes on Iran are putting FBI counterterrorism teams on high alert as protests erupt throughout major cities across the U.S. And the protests reaching close to the White House, filling the streets of our nation's capital. David Spahn is live, traveling with the president in West Palm Beach, and has the very latest details. Good morning, David.
Griff, good morning to you. As you mentioned, some of those protests around the country, and also when you think about it, while Secretary Marco Rubio and Secretary Hegseth, as well as the chairman of the Joint Chiefs and CIA director, continue to brief the president here in Palm Beach, Florida, behind me, where the White House has essentially descended upon Palm Beach for this event. People like Attorney General Pam Bondi, FBI Director Kash Patel, DHS Secretary Kristi Noem, and others are continuing to brief the president and others about what's going on in the homeland specifically. Now, FBI Director Kash Patel, as you mentioned in the intro to me, he has declared kind of an uptick in the counterintelligence operations of the FBI to make sure that people stay safe, putting counterintelligence teams on high alerts across the country. A law enforcement source telling Fox this means the Bureau has increased surveillance of priority suspects. Patel posting online, "We ask everyone to please report anything that may seem suspicious to law enforcement. You can always call 1-800-CALL-FBI, or you could go to tips.fbi.gov. Thank you to all military service members, federal partners, and law enforcement who continue to put mission first." Now, we were there yesterday, Griff, as people protested outside the White House, upset with the U.S. involvement in Iran, the attack in Iran. That was yesterday afternoon in Washington, D.C. Largely peaceful protests. Same situation in Times Square, where groups held signs, a lot more people, that say stop the war on Iran. These protests are seen in large cities across the country, but on the other side of things, there are many who are happy, and groups that are happy with what happened over the past 24 hours as you look at that picture of Times Square. Back to Palm Beach, where I am right now. President Trump will wake up here, meet with advisors today. Nothing on his public schedule yet. We'll see if that changes. Then he will head back to Washington and the White House later, where he will meet face-to-face with Vice President J.D. Vance and others, members of his cabinet that were not down here in person. They watched remotely as he watched from the command center down here. Griff.
All right, David Spahn, live for us in West Palm Beach. David, thank you. And with that, let's bring in former Assistant FBI Director Chris Swecker. Chris, good morning. You heard David's report there. You know, Americans are on high alert. The FBI issuing that statement. How concerned should we be that we could see something here in the U.S.?
Well, if ever there's going to have a Hezbollah cell or a Hamas cell act in the United States in a violent way, it's now, because their backs against the wall. Both organizations are Iranian-backed all the way. Both organizations have had a presence in the United States since the 1980s. I was here, head of the FBI office in North Carolina, when we rooted out a very active Hezbollah cell here that had ties all directly back from to Lebanon. It was a procurement chain, and they were also training with weapons. So we know that they have cells here. We also know that they are lone sympathizers, many of whom have come out. You see in these protest groups, embedded in these protest groups. I guess the upside to that is they're outing themselves. So the FBI is going real time with all of their surveillance. There's a lot of other things that go with that package. They got the primary counterterrorism mission. So they are applying all of their counterterrorism resources right now to this particular issue.
Chris, obviously you saw the footage there, peaceful protests in Washington. Here in New York, I saw it firsthand. It wasn't a huge group. They were peaceful, marching through Times Square. But as I recall, as someone that covered the Iraq War protests that went from hundreds to tens of thousands, how concerned are you that this protest movement grows and in that lies a threat?
Oh, that's definitely of concern. I mean, it's impossible. Look, we just come off 4 years of open borders, and I have said before that that was an open door for terrorists, to terrorist cells and terrorist sympathizers to infiltrate. Many were already here, but it's impossible that they would not infiltrate into these particular groups and sort of act as catalysts, as enablers. As I said, the upside to that, though, is they're outing themselves. And I think the FBI has a pretty good idea of who the sympathizers are. When I say sympathizers, I don't mean First Amendment sympathizers. I mean people who could potentially morph into, something more violent and cross that line. But I think the FBI has had a historical interest in the Hezbollah and Hamas. Hezbollah has a bigger presence here in the United States. They're here to fundraise. For the most part, they've engaged in drug trafficking and every kind of crime you can imagine, SNAP fraud, for government benefits fraud, all kinds of credit card fraud. They funnel all that money back to the motherships back in the Middle East. But they now have this platform among these protest groups to also engage in propaganda and recruit people. And the fear is that they recruit that lone wolf, off-balance sympathizer who's willing to take matters into their own hands in a violent way.
Pray that never happens. Former Assistant FBI Director Chris Swecker. Chris, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And we're taking a look inside President Trump's decision to strike Iran as he aims to bring freedom to the Iranian people. That's next.
We asked women one simple question. What makes a man a gentleman?
A gentleman always pays for dinner, always.
A gentleman looks like they put in some effort. They can't have just rolled out of bed.
A gentleman always holds open the door. It's just good manners.
If he's really a gentleman, he'll go at my pace.
These days, being a gentleman can be challenging, but smelling like one, that's easy.
Wow.
That's what a gentleman smells like, okay?
Yep, that's it.
What are you doing tonight?
If he smells this good, he's got my attention.
Gravite. Visit trygravite.com. Use the promo code on your screen to get 25% off.
Can I keep this guy?
Trygravite.com.
It's time for a new bath or shower, but you can be faced with a hard choice. A luxury stone breaking your budget and losing your bathroom for weeks. Or you can go for speed and affordability with a thin plastic shower surround that only covers up the problem. Now there's a better way. Introducing Reveal by Kohler, a remodel service that combines the convenience, luxury design, and value that only Kohler can deliver. Installed in as little as 1 day with the quality that you want at a price you can afford. For over 150 years, Kohler has defined premium design and uncompromising quality. And I've spent my entire life helping people design beautiful spaces. Together, we're teaming up to redefine the remodeling experience one shower at a time. Only Reveal by Kohler offers exclusive fixtures and luxe stone walls, giving you the superior feel of stone you've always dreamed of without the hassle or high cost. With Reveal, every detail matters because your shower is where you reset, you reconnect, and relax. We've mastered the art of transforming outdated showers into safer, stylish sanctuaries. And we do it all with the convenience that fits your life.
Oh, yes.
Does it look great?
Yes, it looks terrific.
It looks fantastic. It has everything that we wanted.
Reveal by Kohler exceeded our expectations. It's exactly what we were hoping for.
Now you can have it all. Safety, convenience, and grout-free walls made with real stone, all within your budget. Plus, your products are backed by a Kohler Lifetime Limited Warranty, so you know they're built to last. The choice is easy. Reclaim your shower today. Don't just remodel. Reveal by Kohler.
Don't wait. Schedule your free in-home design session now and take advantage of no interest and no payments for 1 year, plus a free shower door with your remodel. Don't let the door close on this limited time offer. Call 800-220-1535 or visit revealkohler.com today. That's 800-220-1535. Call now.
It looks like an ordinary staircase, but as you age with occasional nerve discomfort that can feel like stabbing or pins and needles in your hands and feet, sometimes stairs can bring worry. As a retired doctor, now that I'm older myself, I take Nervive. Nervive Nerve Relief has ALA to start reducing occasional nerve discomfort in 7 days. Getting older happens, but living with occasional nerve discomfort doesn't have to. Try Nervive like I did and get your freedom back. Feel alive with Nervive.
The perfect gifts. The Jewelry Exchange has diamond pendants $99, diamond clusters $249 per carat, 5-carat diamond tennis bracelets $8.99, 1-carat studs and solitaires $2.99. Great service, selection, and prices. Factory direct. The Jewelry Exchange.
Our brains are incredible, but memory can get complicated. That's why we created Nariva Memory 3D. It supports your short-term, long-term, and working memory. Take it from me. An elephant never forgets. Remember Nariva.
President Trump taking decisive action against the Iranian regime, orchestrating the massive strikes from Mar-a-Lago, while Vice President J.D. Vance monitored from the Situation Room. Celebrations now breaking out across the region as the people of Iran are now navigating the next steps, and President Trump has high hopes, telling the Washington Post, quote, "All I want is freedom for the people. I want a safe nation, and that's what we're going to have." Alex Gray is a former NSC chief of staff under President Trump in the first administration. He joins us now. Alex, take me inside what it must have been like in the Situation Room and the Southern Situation Room at Mar-a-Lago during the last 24 hours.
Well, good morning, Griff. I'm sure it was an incredible moment for everyone who participated. And I think it was really the prime example I can remember of the way in which the government is supposed to work in a crisis, where you have the military leadership, you have the civilian leadership, giving the president the best possible outcomes and also the worst case scenario. And we've seen all of that reported, that the president was told by the military certain things could go wrong. And the president, as commander in chief, took all of that input and sitting there in the Southern White House Situation Room, he made the call and he made what looks so far to be an extraordinarily successful strategic call based on the best information that he could have at the time. And that's exactly what we want from our commander in chief.
You're right, Alex. This at least this first 24 hours, with the overwhelming force and the coordination using modern technologies now for the first time, these unmanned drones will be studied at military colleges for years and decades to come. We'll see where it goes. Obviously, the president hopes this leads to the freedom of the Iranian people. So do you see this as an attainable goal? Can whatever's left in Iran, can we in Israel help influence the moderating them?
You know, I think the president is first and foremost a realist. He also has a much bigger heart for people around the world than I think he's usually given credit for. But at the same time, the president has always been, and I think always will be, America first. His goal has always been the interests of the United States first and foremost. In doing this strike, we did something that served the core interests of the United States, taking out Iran's nuclear program, the missile program, and limiting their ability to use proxies to attack us and our allies. But in the process of doing that, Griff, the president has given the Iranian people the best opportunity they have for freedom in 45 years. Now it's up to them to decide what they want to do with it. There's a certain amount we can do to be helpful, but ultimately I think the president, more than any American leader of the last 25 years, has learned the lessons of Iraq and Afghanistan, and he understands what we can't do. We can't do nation building. We can't be overextended. We've given them an opportunity, and now it's up to the Iranian people to run with it.
Their hour of freedom is upon them, and that's such a great point about the lessons learned. Alex Gray, former NSA chief under President Trump in the first administration. Thank you, Alex.
Thanks, Griff.
All right. More Fox News Live just ahead.
The crisis inside Ukraine has reached a catastrophic level, with the elderly Jews pushed to the very limit.
Go inside. She's freezing cold. There's no electricity, no heat, no water. Winter is now a weapon of war used against the elderly, the mothers, and the young children.
They've been lined up here for hours. These are precious people who are hungry, and they have nothing. If someone doesn't do something soon, a humanitarian disaster is coming. So many Jewish people who are just waiting for someone to care enough to pick up the phone.
Fears are growing that without an emergency, full-scale response, thousands will die this winter.
The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews needs your $25 gift now to help rush a winter survival food box of emergency food for elderly Jews and families in Ukraine. Today, there's a special opportunity to double your gift's impact, thanks to generous fellowship partners. Call now and your gift's impact will be doubled.
They've felt the shaking of missiles. These are people who have already endured so much suffering and disaster, taking out power, taking out water, simple water to drink. We're talking about the difference between life or death. Christian, Jew, standing shoulder to shoulder, saying, we're here to heal, we're here to help.
Your gift of only $25 helps rush a winter survival food box filled with life-saving emergency food for elderly Jews and families in Ukraine. Thanks to a special matching challenge, if you call now, your gift's impact will be doubled. Time is critical. Please give now.
The U.S. and Israel attacks on Iran. After the joint operation kills their supreme leader, our Sunday morning lineup has critical analysis on what's next on Fox News Channel.
Hello, welcome to T-Town. Like man over 40 everywhere. These guys experience a drop in testosterone. Don't worry, it happens to all of us. Some guys took my advice about how to boost their testosterone, and some didn't. This guy got the message loud and clear.
That's right, Nugenix Total T2.
From the #1 selling testosterone brand at GNC and Walmart. Nugenix Total T2, packed with even more man-boosting power. It's the next generation testosterone booster that sends nitric oxide levels skyrocketing in just 3 hours. Feel leaner, stronger, and ready for anything with more energy and drive. Get your complimentary bottle by texting LEARN to 231231.
Thanks. It'll make you feel like a new man. And by the way, she'll like it too.
You can only try before you buy with this special offer. Get your complimentary bottle now. Text LEARN to 231231. Do it now and we'll include a bottle of new Nugenix Neurozone Brain Supplement absolutely free. Tired of wasting your money on products that just don't work? That's why new Nugenix Total T2 lets you try before you buy. Just text to claim your complimentary sample. Nugenix Total T2. It's the next generation testosterone booster that sends nitric oxide levels skyrocketing in just 3 hours. Feel leaner, stronger, and ready for anything with more energy and drive. Prove it to yourself. Text LEARN to 231231. Do it now and we'll include a bottle of new Nugenix Neurozone Brain Supplement absolutely free.
We're back with more on the U.S. and Israel strikes on Iran, which we're learning were strategically planned for months. The Wall Street Journal reporting that Israeli and U.S. military intelligence had long watched and waited for a rare opportunity. Senior political and military leaders in Iran holding a meeting where they could all be killed at once. The attacks being orchestrated in broad daylight as a tactical decision to surprise the Iranian regime. President Trump also using a twin-track approach of diplomacy and military buildup to throw off Iranian leadership from any potential attack. Retired Navy SEAL Mike Sorelli joins me now. Good morning, Mike. Thank you. Yesterday, we were talking about would the door get kicked down with those Raptors F-22s taking off, trying to suppress and destroy the enemy air defense. It certainly appears that was the case and a whole lot more. But this broad daylight strike is really something I can't say I've ever seen. What do you make of it?
Well, good morning, Griff. I think this speaks to just the versatility and agility of our U.S. military as well as the Israelis. We knew the strike was imminent. But to bump the timeline up substantially just shows that ability to adapt for a target of opportunity. And when you have senior leaders gathering like that with the potential to decapitate our adversary, you've got to take it. They did, probably using precision-guided, layered munitions that absolutely hit with its intended effect.
It's spectacular intelligence that they acted on. And I ask you, Mike, could intelligence like this have been gathered without having human intelligence on the ground?
No, and most likely these are human sources with the Mossad. By nature of Israel being close and that Iran is one of their primary adversaries, we've got to believe that they have a deep network, a web of sources in Iran, whether that's Iranian civilians or even people within the regime themselves that just want to see this Islamic Republic thrown away. It doesn't mean they're pro-Israel, these sources. It just means that they're anti-Islamic Republic, willing to work with Israel for the overthrow and ultimately the uprising of the people to take over the government.
Mike, what happens? Obviously, strikes underway. You saw Israel just hammering Tehran overnight. What can we expect? Where do you see this going in the next 3 to 5 days, let's say?
So that's a great question. So you're going to see sustained precision strikes. We have to do this, and predominantly targeting their C2 nodes, their radar arrays and missile arrays. They'll continue to degrade and eliminate their missile and anti-aircraft defense networks. Additionally, and if you go back to Trump's speech, he said he was going to annihilate the Navy. Why? Because the Strait of Hormuz is such a strategic maritime lane for oil and LNG exports that we have to control that. Iran has always had a heavy amount of minecraft layers. So we've got to knock those out early and quickly. But continue to nail the regime, go after the regime leadership, continue to go after the IRGC. And this is something that many people haven't mentioned, but you can guarantee that the Basij, sort of the Gestapo of Iran that has long suppressed the Iranian people, are on the target list. It's probably a priority. That's probably the last obstacle that the U.S. and Israel have to overcome in order to enable and embolden the people to rise up.
It's such an important point, Mike. It's not just the IRGC, but the Basij that very deep. They've got 30, 40,000 strong in this militia. That must be dealt with as well. Retired Navy SEAL Mike Sorelli, as always, great insight. Thank you for taking time, sir.
Thanks, Griff.
All right. And you have been watching an early edition of Fox News Live on this Sunday. Thank you for joining us. I'm Griff Jenkins. Fox and Friends Weekend coming up next.
Food is Gina's passion, but diabetes threatened to take that all away. With Dexcom G7, Gina learned how different foods affect your sugar levels in real time, so she doesn't have to choose between the foods that she loves and her health.
Dry eye relief with the prescription Mibo drop?
Mibo.
Don't use if allergic to Mibo. Remove contacts before using and wait at least 30 minutes before putting them back in. Eye redness and blurred vision may occur. Ask about Mibo.
Do you have a life insurance policy you no longer need? Now you can sell your policy, even a term policy, for an immediate cash payment.
We thought we had planned carefully for our retirement.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel or let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies, or call 1-800-515-4100. Coventry Direct, redefining insurance.
What ancient superfood has sparked a modern wellness revolution with over 100 million cups sold?
I lost 13 pounds of pure fat. I'm almost 60 years old, but I feel like I'm 40 and I really feel better than I ever have.
I finished my first 21 days and I lost 26 pounds and I truly feel amazing.
It's Dr. Kellyanne's Bone Broth, the one that started it all.
Hi, I'm Dr. Kellyanne. And I know what it feels like to be bloated, exhausted, and gaining weight. And that's why I created my bone broth, to replenish your body, restore your health, and help you look and feel younger, and finally get your shape back. My bone broth, it isn't just soup. It's packed with nutrients to heal you from the inside out. I use past